We're live. All right, we're back. So sorry about that, everybody. We are back, and we are in, and hopefully everything's looking good. All right, I think we're good. I don't know why I did that. This is where it should be. Hello, everybody. Thank you so much for joining me on this live stream. We had some startup issues, but we've since restarted the computer, and hopefully everything's good now. Looking good. Stream health is apparently excellent. So I think we can begin. Hooray, Mario, can you see chat? Yes, I can see chat now. Molly, hi, hooray indeed. This is awesome. Okay. So everybody, this is really well timed because we're almost at 50K. We're like 25 subscribers away. So we got the live chat here and the live stream going on. Now, I might have some latency issues at some point. We don't know, but here's the live subscriber count. And I haven't drawn this morning. So hi, Mario. Wow, we got 2 Marios in the chat. Amazing. I'm going to start with some warm-up of just some drawing, just observational drawing, seeing what we can do, because just to get audio sounds better. Amazing. Love that. Now, I'm seemingly lagging every once in a while. Hopefully that's not too bad. You're not here to look at my face, hopefully, just my drawings. We got some coffee. And I'm nervous. Every time I'm nervous. I'm so happy you guys are here. Let's get into some drawing. And feel free to ask some questions. Feel free to let me know how everybody's doing today. It's a Sunday morning for me. So pretty nice day to be drawing. And let's just begin. I'm just going to warm up a little bit, play around with getting comfortable. I think I'm going to do a little bit of drawing from reference, and then I'm going to, just to warm myself up, I haven't been doing that much drawing in the last couple days because I was making a new video. And then I'm going to draw from imagination, see how that goes. Hopefully, not terribly, but let's see what's going on here. Error, YouTube not receiving enough video to maintain smooth stream. Bro, I'm giving you all the video. Let me know if the stream gets a little bit... let me know. Good evening. I can't sleep, Surgeon. Hey, Rod. What's up, Rod Baylor? Let me know if the stream's gaining enough. Poor stream health. No. Say it ain't true, man. Say it ain't true. All right. Good. Okay. Thank you, Fatima. I've been practicing a lot. Okay. So excited to draw along. What would you say to your artist self 5 years ago if you could say anything? Wow. 5 years ago, I was about to graduate high school, grade 11. I would say to him that I would tell him to get some more sense, man. He thought he knew how to draw. He did not. Shoot. I would have told him to put himself out there more with the art. Partly so he would realize sooner that he wasn't that good. I think I didn't connect with a lot of artists, and I sort of hid from the fact that I knew I didn't have my fundamentals covered. I still don't, but back then I was sort of delusional with my ability to draw. And I would have sort of given him that hard pill to swallow and be like, yo, bro, study your basics, dog. Now I'm going back to study the basics a little bit more, and you're getting way more progress when you study the basics. So, is this stream still poor? Can someone? Bro could not draw. Bro could not draw. Bro could not draw indeed. Bro thought he could draw. And the thing is, you can make really nice drawings without really knowing how to draw. It's just that it's the whole idea of hiding behind a style. It's like, if you have a good style, that doesn't mean you can draw. If you can change styles, and still draw well, that means you know how to draw. So yeah, it's being able to switch between different ways of seeing and still maintaining the important things behind each style. Just being able to communicate in a variety of ways. Back then, I didn't have any, I mean, I was freer, I guess, but I wasn't achieving the things I wanted to achieve. So I would have told him, what are some things you guys would have told yourself? Hey, Viggy, what's up, man? He says, a modern master in the making, teach me. You guys, if you want to learn, go check out Viggy's channel. He's doing really good. I've already talked about him before, but he's a fellow artist also learning to draw from imagination. He's drilling the sort of disciplined way of just drawing from practicing courses. He practices on ArtWad, and I've been actually wanting to try out ArtWad recently because it looks fantastic. And Antonio, if you haven't checked out the channel ArtWad, check that out too. Great stuff. Really great. This constructivist approach that he's doing is, I think, the fastest way to get better, in my experience. But everything seems fine. What is this pen? Please tell me. Yeah. Oh, bro, I'm in Macau right now, and it's just unfair because you get, look at this. Look at this. Ugh! We got a bag of pens, bro. We got a whole ass entire bag of pens because they're much cheaper here. So this is the Pentel brush pen, sign pen, artist sign pen. Let's see if we can zoom in on that. Yo, zoom in, my guy. Yeah, it's the brush sign pen. This is gray. This one's black. I also love the Pentel. Well, I guess it's Pentel sign pen as well, but it's a thick nib. So they're pretty nice. But my go-to fine liner is going to be the Zebra Fude brush pen fine. That one's great. By the yeah, so those are pretty great. I would tell my 5 years ago me to stop being afraid of drawing. I knew I wanted to, but too scared to fail. Now I'll fail every day. Yeah, that's a huge part of it. That's one of the biggest struggles that I mentor a few students, and one of the biggest things is really just the mentality and the willingness to fail. It was actually why I started getting into drawing from imagination too, because I used to do these illustration type drawings, digital art a lot, pencil. I used to really like rendering with a pencil, but you so quickly, I mean, I think it's a certain type of temperament, but I was such a perfectionist that I wasn't making that much mileage because I would spend like an entire day working on inking one thing. And I think I got tired of how, wait, let me know if I'm, let me know if I'm holding the pen. I'll hold the pen a bit further back. So, like, if you can't see the drawing, do let me know. I might even be able to do one of these right now. Wow, yeah, look at this budget. We got our budget going up, guys. We got, oh, his chin. I gave him a mega chin. What was I saying? I don't know. But yeah, I think I just got tired of spending so much time and making so little art that now it's like, if you draw in pen, you embrace the fact that, look, this dude looks janky as hell, but each drawing is just an opportunity to get better and work on something new. So here I'm like, okay, well, I really messed that up. I messed up the form. So maybe I try it again, or instead of trying it again, maybe I break down this into simpler forms. So what if I think about this as a volume now and try to do some, and my hand's a little bit shaky. I'm getting warmed up this morning, so give it a little bit of time. And we're gonna go back and forth every once in a while and just check the subscriber count, because we're getting to 50K today, baby. We're getting 50K. It's amazing. Thank you so much. Someone on I got shared on the TikToks, and I got a couple thousand subscribers overnight. So that was pretty cool. That was pretty awesome. But let's see here. Here we go. So I'm going to try to do this thinking about form, right? So carving out what I know about the facial structure, trying to establish the side plane a little bit, get the chin out. I'm always so surprised by how much time something takes to get good at drawing, because it's like I've drawn faces for, like, it's not a new subject matter, yet it's still so hard. I really wonder sometimes if I'm just not, like, some people I see get it so quick. Like, I had classmates, they were just so good at such a young age, and you're like, what's in your milk, bro? What are you drinking that I'm not? Because you guys got something that I don't. And I mean, I think every artist feels this about everyone else, but how do you get to 49.9K subs? Because you guys are awesome and you guys are watching my stuff. Viga, I love you. I should give you all my money. Heck yeah. Getting my coffee in. If I start getting a little frantic and hyper, then now you know why. Everything seems fine. Because of you, I've been practicing drawing from imagination. I've gotten way better than before. I love to hear that, Mario. I would tell my 5 years ago me, yeah, stop being afraid. Absolutely. There is romance in the live chat. Just keep it PG, guys. Draw, boy. Will do. Yes, sir. Love you, man. Thanks. It's 10 o'clock here in Brazil. Brazil, vamos. Hey, I'm Brazilian too. Heck yeah, let's look at... We're uniting worlds out here, guys. Okay, so... I'm trying to think about... I've been practicing the Osoro head. I've been doing a mentorship recently, and it's been pretty great. I'm going to make a video on it. I need you guys to watch it. It's probably going to be titled like Art Mentorship. Is it worth it? Yes, it's worth it, but I need the intrigue. Okay, so know that art mentorships are worth it, but I need a hook. Okay, I like that. I guess I'm just practicing a few heads right now, just so that when I get drawing from imagination, I have some recent practice to go off of. Like I said, if you've watched that how to study video, you want to give yourself something to feed off of, right? Give yourself some baseline to remember. Like, drawing from imagination is a practice of recall. So you can't have recall without initially call. I don't know. That was that was badly phrased, but so just thinking in the broad form here. Not looking too good, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, but okay, now that we have this, let's draw it again, but try to add on some form. And remind me to hold my pen back because I keep blocking the stream. I love you, Broken Jaw. Thank you, Sigma Creeper. Chubby Penguin, hi. How long should I practice for a day? As long as you want to, man. I mean, that's there's no way to cut it. The more you draw, the better you'll get at drawing. I think it was crazy. Kim Jong-gi said in an interview once, like, he thinks people don't understand how much he drew, and that his peak time spent drawing was in high school. Which, if you think about that, this guy literally draws all day for a living, and the most time he spent drawing was in high school. I can't imagine how much time he spent drawing. How many hours? He probably put in 10,000 hours by the time he was 18. Because if you've seen his drawings, well, let's do this. Let's show you this, because it's crazy. Youngie High School This is what Kim Jong-gi drew in high school. So in case anybody feels poorly about their progress, look away. Because it's ridiculous. It's ridiculous for sure. Hold on, I might not be able to show you guys. Gosh. Of course, my screen is not showing it. Okay. That's what he drew in high school. Let's just take a moment and understand what that's. What? Don B, I'm studying to be an art professor, so I'll be stealing some of your stuff if you don't mind. Yeah, then you teach me, all right? Feel free, but if you're an art professor, tell me some things that I can get better at too. We're both students here. Yeah, it's pretty insane. What is a Sigma Creeper? Shoot, we'll find out. So the question, how long should I practice for a day? As much time as you got, practice that much. Don't, I mean, it's art. At the end of the day, it's like, it's not like, practice to the extent of your comfort and your limits, right? It's not like a sport where you can only give it like 2 good hours a day. Drawing, you can draw all day. I think more than the time you put in, I think it's about the structure you fit your exercises into. That'll make a much bigger difference, because I drew for, let's say, I drew 3 hours a day since high school, yet I wasn't making that much progress in high school. Oh, yikes. I was not making that much progress at all. But I would say someone who puts in an hour of informed practice makes a bigger improvement on their art than someone who puts 3 hours of, I'm just going to draw whatever I want. And that's from my experience as someone who's sort of done both. It's the same thing as like learning any other subject. Let's not forget that like art is just a craft. If I told you to go learn plumbing on your own and you spend 3 hours a day learning plumbing on your own, probably not going to learn as much as if you spent an hour learning from someone who knows what they're doing and structures it for you. Definitely not in the beginning. Once you've become more experienced, I think you can loosen the reins a little bit on what you have to practice, because your intuition develops to a point where you're able to better tell what's beneficial to you as an artist individually. But in the beginning stages, it's like, there's a set number of things that every artist needs. They're what we would call the, I hesitate to say fundamentals because I don't think there's many fundamentals, but they're the prerequisites to working in the field of entertainment design or visual communication, right? I've been digital drawing, but I can find drawing with ink is more pleasing. All right, so I feel like I've drawn. I'm just going to try to get some more mileage in here before getting to the meat of this, which is going to be just drawing from imagination. And now, when you're practicing, you don't have to do this, but I just like to start with something. Like, this is warming up my hand. My hands become less shaky. Although, as I sip this coffee, it's going to get more shaky. But yeah, just warming up before we get into the drawing from imagination. And then we're going to begin. So let me just fill out this page a little bit. I'd love to get to know you guys in chat a little bit better. So do you guys want to share sort of any projects you've been working on right now, your artistic background, just what's going on? I'd love to talk to some people in chat and hear a little bit more about how everyone's doing. Are you guys also students? Are you guys working? What's up with the the community out here. Okay, let's do some. Don't even know if I'm on the page. Let me zoom out. Wow, that's not zooming out. That's zooming out. Okay. Go. Okay, let's fill out this. All right, you know what? Let's move on. We're gonna draw from imagination now. Hi, Mama. She said. We're gonna hide this, and we're gonna open the chat here, and we're gonna do a 50K drawing, I guess. So let's do something along these lines. Okay. What's the vibe here? Okay. Any suggestions for what we might start with? Should I use... I'm going to use a different pen because I don't necessarily love that pen. So... Let's try a new pen. We got our giant bag. Now, I don't know if no one's commenting anything or if I'm no longer seeing the chat. Can I get some W's in the chat if you guys are still watching? Because I don't see anything. Let's try this. I've never tried this. It's a big... Yeah, look at that. It's thick. All right, let's try that. Okay, I'm definitely not seeing chat if anybody is watching. So let me fix that. That might have been really loud. I didn't realize how it was right in front of the mic. My apologies if I just blew out your eardrums. I am very sorry. Let me see here if we got PewDiePie on the shorts. That's crazy. All right. I just want to double check that the chat's coming through because I'm not seeing any chats. I just want to double check that let's mute that. The chat's Yep. Okay. That's definitely me. Yeah, I'm not getting any more chats on this side, so I'll just move that over and see the chat from there. Okay, thanks, guys. All right, sorry for all these little troubleshooty things. All right, let's try this pen. We got a new pen now. Okay, wow, there's been a lot of... Hey, Joseph, guys, Zeph Draws. Zeph Draws in the chat. Some of my nice sketches. Thank you, Joseph. Yeah, Joseph is fantastic. He's amazing. I'm going to do a mentorship with him soon if his slots are still open. If you've not seen his channel, please, you're going to improve so much. He taught me a lot about form intersections, so go check him out. No, it's looking good watching you learn. I've been drawing digitally. Let's see. That's genuinely mind-blowing, yeah. So I'm just catching up on chat a little bit. Having fun equals progress. Yes. Any recommendation on books? Yeah, I made a whole video on book recommendations. There's a few. Gotta get the Dynamic Bible. For figure drawing, you probably want Hampton's figure drawing book. I really like books on animal drawing. That's something I want to get a little better at. So I would recommend Ken Hultgren's books on animal drawing. I find they're very animated and he simplifies the forms a lot. So that's nice. Let's see. To be honest, guys, I've been in I don't really, wouldn't call it art block. I've just been in like a space where I don't feel like I'm liking what I'm putting down. So, and I wouldn't call it art block because I'm still drawing. I just don't really love what I'm putting down. So I'm not feeling the most confident going into this session today. But, you know, either way, we're showing up and we're going to try to make something something fun. Because the thing is, it's not, I used to really get worried if it's like, oh, if I'm not feeling like I'm going to make my best stuff today, I shouldn't show it. But the thing is, any long period of time where you're sharing your artwork dictates that the longer you have shown your artwork, the worse your old work will look. So if I don't feel like I'm going to bring my best today, therefore I shouldn't draw, that's just a shortcoming of thought where it's like, even when you do feel your best, you still make mistakes. So like either way, my work's going to be my work. Whether I feel good about it or not, my mistakes are going to be my mistakes, and my successes are going to be my successes. Right? It doesn't make a difference how you feel. Your quality of art is largely the same anyway. It's just your awareness of it, of your shortcomings. That's the difference. So, and it's really, I'm just going to take it one step at a time. I've indicated a horse here, so now I don't need to think, what do I want to do? No, it's here. All I can do now is follow the rules I've established. And that's where drawing from imagination isn't the most, like, it's cognitively demanding, but here I've established some things. I've established my horizon line. I've established the perspective. All I got to do is follow through now. So managing my engineering degree and drawing hobby is so hard. Yeah, but I will say I'm like engineering. I know an engineering student who's a friend of mine who is doing animation now. He's amazing because, I don't know, you let me know, but is an engineering degree complementary to structured drawing? In my experience looking at his artwork, it's like he has an innate sense of forms, and especially obviously like robotics and mechanics, because he seems to really have an interest in that. I don't know if it's that the school necessarily teaches it, but more so that the interests align. So let's have some what are these? Shoot, I don't know. I like drawing with a thick pen because it forces you to sort of simplify your drawing. And it's something I enjoy about Dong Ho Kim's work, is that he has very nice shapes because he seems to draw with a thicker pen. Now, let me see if I can find an example here. If you see something like this, well, it's not the best example, but let's, something like this actually. So I'm just showing you a Korean guy, but I'm not trying to show you this Korean guy. I'm trying to show you the drawings here. See this? It's a real, trying to show this stuff can be a little difficult. I think your chat is a little lagged, www. Soundbite is thick. This year I'm finishing high school, which is a very difficult period for me when I'm trying to combine studying for my finals and practicing art. Yeah, it can be a lot to balance. I saw a really nice comment earlier, so sorry, I just want to catch up with some comments. Someone said, hey bro, I've seen your channel grow a lot recently. I wanted to tell you your videos are super inspirational and very educational. I learn about drawing perspective and drawing fundamentals. Thank you so much, Mio Michael. That's really kind. Thank you. Thank you so much. A bunch of W's. Thank you guys. You're awesome. Yo, I got the stream. How are ya? Hot Cocoa, I'm doing good. We had some streaming issues earlier, but now we're in it, and now I got to make a nice little drawing for you guys. So let's see if I can stick the landing here. And yeah, I guess we have an angry egg. I'm gonna give this egg some glasses. Yeah. And I think I want to take a step back and just focus on getting, if you just focus on thinking about the form every time you're putting an object down, you inadvertently come up with a drawing that feels believable, I think. When you're drawing from imagination, I think it's like, it's not about thinking about everything right, it's about thinking about the right things. And I think that's why you see people who are like, yes, Kim Jong-gi's like a legend, but people younger than him are also figuring this out, and now they're able to replicate to a pretty like notable degree his style and his ability to draw from imagination. And it's showing that it's not about purely line mileage, although that's a prerequisite to any mastery. It is about thinking in the right way. See, now I've messed up some things here, and now we're going to see the value of this marker is that, like, I messed up the perspective. What happened was, initially I started flat on, and then now by adding these legs in, I've established the perspective. I've established that we're looking from a 3/4 front view. What does that mean? Well, now everything needs to go this way. See what I've done? I've accidentally, in a moment of haste, I've slipped up. So now I have to find a way to remedy this. Now little things like this leg, okay, maybe I can, if you add enough around it, you can hide the mistakes. But you see this saddle is in the wrong direction. So what can I do to make it look like it's in the right direction? I have to find a way. So for one, I need to start wrapping this volume around here. And what I might just do is make it, we can, that's the, in a black and white drawing, we'll just go, okay, we're going to hide the parts we don't like in shadow. There's always room to adjust that way, right? Get some dark value in there, and we can hide what we don't like. We can basically do that. That simplifies our drawing a little bit more. Now let's see if we can get the saddle down here. Now, I like using a marker like this because you get to really, you work a bit faster because you get to put in your pockets of like ambient occlusion real quick. Now let's give this guy a nice pillow to rest on. And I gotta think about my posture during this. Stream lags when you watch your own live. Oh no. Is it lagging right now? How can I learn faster? I want to get professional level in like 6 months. Yo, if I knew how to do that, I would be a professional. I think the fastest I've ever seen someone get to a professional level from, let's say, ground zero, like just no drawing skill, is 2 years. And just because it is, I mean, it's a hyper competitive field, and it's really difficult to learn. It's just a hard thing to do. So as much as I want to say, yeah, you can get good. You can get good in 6 months. You can definitely get good in 6 months. But being a professional, there's so much more to it than just drawing really well. Because this is something I didn't really think about before. There's a bunch of soft skills, but also if you think about what you're being paid to do when you draw well, you're being paid to solve problems, right? You're being paid to be the problem solver. That's what a creative is. A creative is just a person who solves problems. What we do, we solve visual problems. So part of that, in that definition, if problem solving is the thing we do to earn money, we have to sort of have dealt with those problems in order to solve them, right? It's like, if you've never had a problem with your computer, you're probably not going to be good at solving problems regarding computers. And there's an actual negative side to, this is for anybody who sort of is upset about their lack of progress. There's a benefit to being a slow improver, which means that, you've dealt with every issue there is to deal with, so you can help well with them. I think that's my personal experience. I think the success of this channel, thanks to you guys obviously, but the success of this channel is largely due to the fact that I'm not that innately talented with drawing, and I've made most of the mistakes there are to make, so that I think I can relate to the struggle and pinpoint it pretty nicely, which is why I think I've been able to carve out a little bit of a niche here. Because there's not a lot of good information on drawing, because it's such a broad topic that, and a lot of people who are great at it, it's like, if you're, like, geniuses don't make good teachers. They tend not to, because they don't think like a normal person would think. And in order to teach, you have to listen, and you have to understand you don't have to know how to do it. You need to know how to get them to do it. And that's a big difference. So we drew a horse. I don't know, we drew an egg on a horse here. Let's add some stuff. Now, I like to, this will help orient our perspective, adding these grids. And from a purely direct drawing perspective, I would consider this, I don't like to put up barriers. I mean, I think if I was a better artist, I wouldn't need to do this. But this is demonstrating how to bridge the gap here, and also because I don't know how to do it. Let's add some grids, because this is the perspective grid happening. If you guys can see, once you have an object, you can reverse engineer your perspective, right? I can add on this, and now I have my scene, right? So I'm going to add a person here. If you guys want to leave suggestions for what to do, please feel free. If you suggest something I literally can't draw, then I probably won't. But let's add a an octopus man here. Something like this. I really want to get my character design and shape simplification up a little bit. I find that that's an area I feel like I'm a little bit lacking in. Let me just switch this up. Let's see this. Hey Rod, if you're drawing every day, that's way more productive than I've been. Let me see if I can close some tabs. If my stream's lagging, I'm so sorry, guys. I don't want to miss 50K here, so let me put this here and let me know when we hit it. How can I learn to draw faster? Yep. Man, your hair looks dope. Yeah, thank you. It's getting a little long, and I don't know what to do with it, but it's good now. Yeah, Zeph draws in the chat. Are you Sinistral? I don't know what that is. Bro got the art funk. I feel it. Art funk for real. I'm in that right now. Yeah, have been improving as quickly as when I started a few months ago, and that's made my mental drop a little. Let me get the brush pen. Viggy, love that. Yeah, awesome. Please share with me what you guys are making. Fountain pen, and now I'm having fun. Yes. So Spicy is pointing out something that is a big factor. It's like, if you get bored, just switch up your medium, man. Switch up your medium, and you might find some new inspiration. So now I'm going to try to find a way to make this interesting. I think that's something that my shapes are pretty stiff these days, and I don't love that. So let's see if I can play around with proportions here. Break apart from what I'd usually do. What I'd usually do is make a very normal, like, silhouette for a person silhouette. But what if I play around with the shapes a little bit? What if let's start indicating form a little bit, like this. Let's say that's the chest. We have a chest plate. We have, what should we have here? I really just want to indicate my forms a little bit clearer. Something like that. Add the shadows in here. Maybe this is and I'm going to zoom out a little bit. I think that's a big thing I've been learning, is that when you're drawing, You want to always see the whole thing. Don't get focused on the forms of the individual object. Think simply per object so that you can create a complicated scene, right? Let's say you only have so many units of brain power. If you invest all the units into this and create the most highly rendered octopus you can render, then you're going to take away the total units of cognitive power you have for the whole scene. So staying light on your feet and just sort of min-maxing your current ability might be a good way to create something better than you are usually creating. So that means simplifying. See the gun? I'm not thinking about, oh yeah, but there would be a little like sort of gun cartridge here, barrel cartridge, and a magazine, right? I'm trying to just think about the broad shapes and trying to think, okay, where would the feet go? How should I put the feet? And I could think very formally, or I could go like very silhouette based and just based on my understanding of where the contour would go, right? Just think about the contour. Well, let's give this character some funky shoes. So what I tend to do is, depending on how much I like a drawing, I'll treat this page loosely or I'll treat it with like an illustrative care. And this one, still warming up, feels like, okay, just trying to practice putting things on the page, right? It's lagging while stream lag. For all you artists in the chat, we can all relate to the struggle, and I would love to remind us all that self-compassion is so important, and you are doing amazing. Never forget that. Absolutely. Long live the artist. What is super chat? Oh, draw an egg dog. Egg dog? I'll draw a dog. Let's see if I can work the forms here. Let's see if I can draw a dog laying down. Now that would be... Now again, you have to just simplify the model of the dog in your head and have it rotate around. So a dog would be something like this. Getting this form to wrap is going to be tough. Let's see here. So we got that. This is the underside of the belly. This is the belly part. And then we want to have the hips. And then the leg come down. The leg come over. The other leg, where would that be? I don't know. We'll figure it out. By the way, thank you guys. I mean, 50K is insane. I really didn't think I'd be able to get here or even do this quick. But here's to learning together. By the way, in sort of celebration for 50K, I'm going to be making a Discord channel just to have a place to talk to you guys, share artwork, because I don't know. I don't love to share art on Instagram, but I'm making a lot of art. Instagram just feels too like official. So I'm going to be making a Discord channel and eventually rolling out some more things. Currently we're working on a textbook for the 25 drawing exercises. That's been hard, but it's been a lot of fun. Let's get this dog in here. So again, thinking about the foot on the ground, thinking about, this is the midline. He's barking at this guy. Let's see what else we can add here. I really do enjoy drawing animals. It's something I want to get really good at. I don't know why. I love I don't know. Animals are dope. So let's see if we can get this cat in here. It's gonna be a big ass cat. So if we can get that. We're trying to just keep the shapes simple. Well, the head of the cat's big, but everything else is sort of, well, it's a big cat at the end of the day. By the way, how do you draw boxes in perspective? Yeah, oh, by the way, if you guys have questions, feel free. I'm gonna draw on a separate sheet of paper, like some things. Amazing stream. Oh, thank you. Way to go, Willow. Keep going. So if you guys have any questions, feel free to ask, or if you want to see if I can draw something, I'll draw. Oh, I just drew on my tablet. That's not. Oh, let's see. How do you draw boxes in perspective? So over time, you sort of, the goal is to be able to find your perspective no matter what. So let's say you have a box like this. What this means, if you're, I want you to always practically think about what this means if you're looking at a box. This could only mean two things. It could mean that A, the box is on a table like this, and you're looking down on it, right? Let's say this is the table. And this is you looking at the table, right? This is the frame. If you captured this frame, if I took a photo of you looking at this box, what it would look like is we have you looking, right? You're looking at the box and it's in front of you, but it's down. And it's not only in front of you, you're looking at the corner. So the table is actually at an angle. It's like a corner and you're looking at it. So you're not only seeing the top of the box, you're seeing the side, both sides, right? So it's at a sort of angle to you, like that. Say something like that. This is what that means. If you can see the top plane of a box, it means you're above the box. And there's a reason that the lines go up, because all lines converge to your eye level, which is the horizon line, or the horizon line, which is your eye level. I hesitate to say eye level because it implies that it's always the eye that dictates it when it's not. For example, if you were standing here and you were holding a camera at this level, right? Let's imagine you had a camera and you're holding it like this, holding it to your chest, pointing at the box. Notice how this box cuts across the camera's level here. So what would that look like? That would look like, let's say we're seeing a slight side of the box. That would look like this. And the table would look like this. Now we would be seeing whatever's behind this, let's say there's a shelf back here. Let's say we're in a bookstore, so there's rows of shelves back here. But do you see how this box, notice the camera level cuts through the middle of the box. Therefore, the horizon line is that level. So this line would be your horizon line, right? So that's the logic of the boxes and how drawing boxes from different angles represents your understanding of the space and the volumes in space. I'm gonna refresh because I'm not seeing all the chat. Let's just see here. Okay, I am seeing all the chat. Let me okay. I don't want to learn more. Okay, so how have you ever seen anyone become really good at drawing from 0 to 1 years? How do you draw people turned around? Okay, so have you ever seen anyone become really good at drawing from 0 to 1 year? I've never seen that much progress in a year, truth be told. If you've started drawing like people, like if your like drawing skill is like this is what you count as people, I've never seen that translate into like the ability to. I think it's definitely possible. It's just that I've rarely seen it, and it's because most people, although theoretically drawing really well is possible in a year, drawing is such a project of passion that if you don't love studying the fundamentals, you're not gonna. So how do you draw 14 more subs to go? Heck yeah. How do you draw people turn around? Okay, so to draw people turn around, you start with the same thing in the box. So let's say I want to draw, do I want to draw a person facing me turning around, a person above me turning around, or a person below me turning around? In each case, if I'm drawing a person above me turning around, I start with the box and I draw a box. Oh, sorry, if I want to draw a person below me turning around. So imagine you're on the second floor of a building looking down at a person. They would probably fit within this box. Why? Because this is the top plane of a box. This means that you're seeing the top of all objects. This means you're looking down on it. So imagine, if you will, you're looking down on the box like this. This is you. Your height, your horizon line is up here, and the box is here. Now, what it looks like in perspective is the horizon line eventually goes up, up, up until it touches the horizon line. And that's why the vanishing points go upward like this. So now that we have this, before you can rotate a person, you have to rotate the box. So let's turn this box 90 degrees in space. How would we do that? First, in order to know how to rotate it, we need to understand the rotation along which it sits, which would be an ellipse in perspective. Now you would take each of these degrees and move them 90 degrees along the ellipse, which you take this and you move it along there till it reaches here. So what that means in the next pose, one of the corners will be up here. So what that'll roughly look like is this, right? We've tilted this box in space, maintaining the same ratio of top to bottom. We can tilt it again in space. Now this is something you sort of inadvertently get really comfortable with in animation, because animation is all about rotating planes like this. So this is easier. Well, this is easier than a person because it's a simple form. But let's start to put a person in here. And you do that by mapping the flat plane of a person. So what is a person? Well, a person, well, there's so much more than just their body. But if we're going to talk about what their body looks like, it's on average 7 heads tall. So you take one head, height here, one, and then you go, let me move this paper up. And you go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, let's add a 7, or whatever. The point is, let's make this the height of the person. You take this, and some things I want you to recognize. You take the whole length of your person. Halfway through is where you can put the groin. So halfway through, we're going to put a little star, all right? So we keep it PG over here. But this, now it just looks like they did a weird shave job. Anyway, this is the length of a person. So as a quick metric, you can go halfway through my entire body of the person is the separation between their hips and their body and their legs. So look, if I separate this into body part like this and then add legs, see how we're pretty much at the proportions of a person. Now their neck's a little wide. Now theirs is not exact, but see, oh, now they got, wait, let's just give them star boxers. That's a bit more appropriate. Okay. We see that's good enough for our person model. And now what I want you to do is take this, you see this rectangle we've made, and you see halfway through is the groin. Take that, map it onto that. So how would you do that? To find the halfway point, you put an X, draw a line through, that's your halfway point. Put an X, that's your halfway point. Well, it should be where the X is. But once you've got one side, you just drag it around. Now, the reason you can't just go, well, it looks like halfway is here, is because in perspective, the distances distort. So, for example, let's mark halfway of this pen. see this line is halfway, right? But when I start tilting it, you notice how this stops being the halfway point? Because if you look at the distance, that's the distance here, but it's actually bigger up here. So the halfway mark becomes disproportionately skewed to one side as you rotate, okay? So I just wanna take a look. Hand media, shameless plug, but Broken Draws mentioned my channel. I started drawing at 25, I'm 27 now. Anyone can draw. Yes, so you guys said, can 1 year make a big difference? I think 1 year can make a big difference. I don't think you'll become pro. 2 years makes a huge difference. If you wanna see the evidence of that, check out Viggy's channel. Viggy has a really good, not intuitive, he worked on it and he's been doing just fundamental practices of shape and form. And I was looking at his video making the 25 drawing exercises. So watch his stuff because he taught me a lot. So his stuff's great. Go check it out. One day he's gonna, he does long form content like every day. One day it's gonna blow up. But right now you're gonna get in early. Let's see some comments as we're going around. How do you turn people? So we're gonna answer that now. I have a question. I'm a little confused when you say draw from imagination or drawing things based off the Kim Jong-gi cube perspective. Isn't it the same as drawing from memory? No, because when you're drawing from memory, you're not, this is a breakdown between, this is the argument between constructivism and the Atelier method, right? So there's the Atelier method, which is fine art, right? It's measurements, it's accuracy, and I'd say it's realism. That's generally how it's taught. You do a lot of measurements, you do very slow approaches, and then there's constructivism. Now, constructivism is more about form. It's absolutely fundamental. Form is the only fundamental. And I say that because, and I'm making a video about this, form, when you, let's define the word fundamental for a second so we know what we're talking about. Fundamental in this context is things would not be possible without it, right? If, like, what's fundamental to being alive? A heartbeat. Now, happiness is not fundamental to being alive. It is a very important part. It's not fundamental, right? You could be alive without being happy, but you can't be alive without a heartbeat. So when we're defining fundamental, I'm talking about what do you absolutely need. Now, there's other important stuff. There's perspective, right? There's anatomy, right? There's value. But do you absolutely need anatomy, perspective, and value to be good at drawing or to draw well? No, absolutely not. Or let's see it another way. What do you need to do to be good at anatomy? What do you need to be good at perspective? You need to be able to indicate forms well, right? Form is necessary in anatomy, but anatomy is not necessary in form. Same thing goes for perspective, blah, blah, blah. All that to say is constructivism is knowledge of form. Now, how this relates to drawing from imagination as opposed to drawing from memory. What I think of when I think of drawing from memory is a mental model not built on understanding, but on rote memorization, as memory suggests. So when I'm thinking about drawing a head from imagination or constructivism, I'm thinking about breaking a form down into its most basic parts and piecing it together like a Lego block. Adding, okay, I know the form of a jaw is a semi-cylinder. I know the form of a head is a sliced off sphere, and I'm going to combine the two to get myself a primitive model, a primitive volume of the head. Now, when we think of memorization, I imagine it more as understanding the 2D silhouettes. Memorization will be, okay, look at this grid. I know that the head fit along this silhouette of the grid, like this. And then you're thinking in terms of the individual shape you memorized, rather than the volumes that got you there. So memorizing is knowing what something, the answer to something without understanding why it's the answer. Now, it's the same thing when you study for a test. it's like, I don't care if you know what 2 plus 2, I don't care if you know 2 plus 2 equals 4. I want you to understand why 2 things plus 2 things equals 4 things, not the answer 2 plus 2 equals 4, right? So this feels like studying for a test where you only memorize the call and response. This feels like understanding the subject as it is. I want to say thank you for the 25 exercise video. It's been so nice for like actionable stuff that I can do to improve my art. It's great. Yeah, thank you for watching it, and it was fun making it, and it's helped me a lot too. So I'm glad it's helping you. Have you watched the Huberman video on learning motor skills? It's super helpful. I haven't watched it, but if you're talking about Huberman, I know Viggy is a big fan of it, so he might have seen it. I will check it out. I wish I knew all this stuff when I was younger. Me too, bro. Me too. Some people know. I mean, Kim Jong-un knew this when he was like 10. Hidden hand media. It's not like you can't start now. Absolutely, yeah. You can start. You're never too old. Hope you the best, man. I really enjoy your content. I started around a year ago. And looking at your stuff is always enjoyable. Thank you so much. The 25 exercises is probably one of my favorite videos. I think the most recent one. Thank you. Brings me back to art class. So much implicit math in all forms. Absolutely. There's so much math, which is interesting because I was terrible at math and I think I failed my my grade 10 math class. Art wad and broken jaw through my warm-up video is the absolute sole reason I've improved. What broken jaw is talking about is 100% what they teach. Yeah, I'm a shill. Spacing effect to the moon. Hell yeah, dude. Shill it. I mean, 5 left. Wow, 4 left. Okay, now let's add to this. Let's draw some people in perspective now. Knowing what we do already, right? What you do, this is just how you draw people in perspective. And then once you understand this, you can start practicing putting it in without grids or however you want, right? So we've got this box set out. From here, you want to put in these individual forms. Now, what you would do is from here, you see how we're in the view. The template of our view is 3/4 down, right? We're looking at it, or 3/4 up. We're looking at it from a 3/4 view, the top of it. Actually, we're looking 3/4 down, sorry. Imagine yourself as the camera, you're looking down. So every object within this cube will now be oriented as 3/4 down. Meaning, when I'm drawing a sphere, how am I going to contour the sphere? Am I going to contour it like this? Am I going to contour it like this? No, because this is upward. I'm going to contour it as it would look 3/4 down. Meaning, the ellipse follows the track of being in the same orientation like this. Now, it's a little bit hard to orient my ellipse, but imagine if you cut a slice through the ellipse, how would it look? It would look something like this. Now, everything else. Now, the cylinder, also 3/4 down. Now, the body, also following the same rules. All of it follows the same rules, right? Like that. And then we add the forms around, something like this. So you see we're putting in the body. And we'll start with the basic forms like this until we have the whole body in. And when we're done, we should be able to see how it fits the perspective, right? But let's add a character in here. Let's say we're adding a character. No, let's do cowman. So cow, gonna have these horns. Right? Very thick brush here. Cow's gonna have a big neck. A cow is gonna have probably a pretty strong back. Let's give it a bubble butt. Our cow goes to the gym. Arms down at the side. Now there's a lot of foreshortening on the arms, right? A lot of foreshortening on the legs as well. And the feet sort of become tiny, right? And then now let's draw this from a 3/4 view. It'll be a bit cleaner. There's our horns coming out. Now again, it follows the same tracks, right? Notice how Let's zoom in a little bit here. Notice how these horns generally follow the same line because they are in a straight line. So they follow the track of the perspective. Let's see. 98. Oh, we got 2 left. I don't want to miss this. Woo. Okay, cool. 5 made the countdown. 99. Holy. You're doing it. Let's get to 50. Wow. Oh my God. I can't believe this. Everybody subscribe. Everybody subscribe. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I'm bastardizing this chat. No, you're not. No, you're not. Biggie's cool. I have one question. Can I still sign up for your classes if I'm underage? Absolutely. There's no profanity. There might be, probably not going to be nudity. Let's get to 50K. Yes, you can still sign up for my class. I'm starting a class in June doing drawing club. I'm covering the basics, basically the 25 exercises, except you get feedback and homework on it. I'll show you guys some of that after we hit 50K. Yes, yahoo! Oh, we missed 50,000 guys. We jumped straight to 50.1. Let's go. Amazing. Wow. Wow. Okay. Did I just do a Mario Yahoo? I think I did. Wow. Amazing. Thank you so much, guys. Yes, I did. I heard my dad say Tyrion just broke 50. I think my parents are watching in the other room. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Congratulations. Wow. Thank you so much. 1 million. Yeah. Next goal, 1 mil. Next goal, 10 mil. Come on. We can do it. Wow. Oh my God. Thank you so much, guys. This is amazing. This is really great. Hey, let's do it. Let's do it. Wow, we're getting a lot of celebrations in the chat. I was here. Hot Cocoa, you were here. Enter the BMX, you were here. How? Okay, I butchered that. I'm so sorry. Hoa Poa, you were here. Yes, Viggy was here. Thank you so much, guys. You guys are awesome. This is so amazing. Wow. Okay. All right. Let's get back to the drawing. Thank you, guys. Yeah, I want to show you guys some of the other work I've been doing actually. As a, I don't know. Let's just take a look. I got my little sketchbook. If y'all want to take a look at this, you can take a little sketchbook tour. So, just to show you guys what I'm working on when I'm outside of the violence. Sorry, this is weird. I don't know what this is, but yeah, let's take a look. Thank you. Wow, I can't believe we're at 50K. This is amazing. 100K tomorrow. Yeah, I'm thinking by the end of the week, but tomorrow it'll be fine. So these Mom, if you want to see the chat, you have to open the you have to click the chat button. I just heard her say I can't see chat. Yeah, so I started a new sketchbook. I lost my old sketchbook in the airport, so it's been forsaken, but I'm going to get it back when I go back to Korea. So I did a little observational drawing here. Yes, it's never too late to start drawing. I'll remember this moment more than the birth of my first child, as you should. When little Sebastian comes into this world, he will be overshadowed. Yeah, this was when I was feeling a lot more inspired. Hi, Broken Mom. Heck yeah. Broken Mom and Dad in the chat. Some sketches. So this was how I was practicing rotating people. And it's not perfect. Well, it's not that great, but rotating them around, trying to keep the horizon line. So if there's one thing that has really made a difference on my understanding of perspective, it's been far and without rivalry, the horizon, understanding the horizon, knowing where it is at all times makes a huge difference. I was teaching a class and they kept calling me Mr. Noodle. I was like, what? Why are you calling me Mr. Noodle? So that's what happened. More. I like this. The dog's not being respectful at all. But how did you learn perspective, though? I was liking this one. It's tigers and snakes fighting, and they're like, "Wah!" and they're falling to the sky. Some of them are fighting. Like, so I want to do something fun today after we do this, a little bit of this. So we're going to get into that for sure. How did I learn perspective? Well, a lot of observational sketches, but really, I can't emphasize this enough, understanding the basic forms. If you can rotate a box, you're literally like 80% of the way there. All you have to do is build comfort. Because everything, notice how, as I'm doing this, everything's just gonna follow. These lines tell you the direction everything needs to go. So all you have to do is follow these rules all the time. Now you get really good at perspective when these rules become sort of second nature. But you see the direction of these pecs, they just follow that line. Everything follows that symmetry, right? So everything I'm drawing follows that pattern, and that's all it is. And the more you can ingrain that, the more structured your pieces will look. Right, so let's add the foot here. And now, like the foot, I just drew as a pyramid or a, what is it? Triangular prism in that perspective of the box, right? Notice how it's the same angle of a box like that, right? And the other foot is going to go like that. See, we just, and this is how we're slightly rotating our character. Now for the back view, same thing. Now, a back view, we know that a character has an arch like this. We know that the neck comes out, and we know that the horns come out like this. Wait, I already drew that. I'm dumb. Anyway. See this form, and now I gotta get a little bit better at carving out these forms. I like, if you guys don't know Athoro, he's a fantastic artist, and he's, for his age, he's unbelievable, but he draws everything. Like, he draws anatomy sometimes in terms of just these very simple cutout forms. So for example, he draws the human leg like this sometimes, like that. And he just thinks about it. And again, like I said earlier, it's about thinking in the simplest ways possible and moving between ways of seeing. So this is a way of seeing that's super simplified. Anywho. Wow, we're at 50K, baby. 50K, let's do it. Okay, now let's, I think it's time to draw from imagination and get a little bit serious. I'm sweating for some reason. It's hot in here. Okay, I really have to go to the bathroom, but we're gonna hold it. For you guys, I'll hold it. I didn't like that, sorry. Didn't like that I said that. Let's draw. Will this stream be posted later? For sure, for sure. I taught kids last summer for 4 weeks. Some of them called me Mr. Poop. Okay, that's worse than Mr. Noodle, for sure. Hi, Mom. Thanks, Mayo Michael. Congratulations. Thank you, everybody, for the congratulations. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Over 50,000 is crazy. Do you ever draw on iPad, or do you think it's waste? I draw on iPad all the time. Let me show you guys what I've been working on. So I've recently been working on, I'll make a video about the mentorship later. I've been working on paintings for mentorship and pages for a book, for the textbook. So these are some of my drawings for the mentorship. So I'm doing some head studies. I'm doing some paintings, and I'm doing, yeah, just a lot of these sort of, I thought about posting them, but I don't know. I just don't love posting on my Instagram, but practicing these paintings, trying to go from photo to 2-value read, 3-value read, to painting, and it's been a game changer. Before this, like, you guys are getting a spoiler on the video, but before this mentorship, like, so this is after 4 weeks in the mentorship, this after 4 weeks. Before this mentorship, I'll literally show you a before and after, or a before and during. So which one do we have here? Okay, so this is the during, right? This is during. So bam, 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 bam. And then this was 2 weeks before that, the same attempt. You can see my shape, my understanding of the shapes going on are weaker. But this was before any of that. So I did not really know how to get the value reading right. Now it looks fine, but this took me, I'm so ashamed to admit this, this took me 8 hours. And these ones took me 30 minutes. So it's been a huge difference in my understanding of form since starting this mentorship. So the handle is Athoro on Instagram. So he's going to have mentorships open again, and he's fantastic. So if you're interested in that, definitely follow him. He's unbelievable. Anyway, and I've been doing the exercise book. So this is the drawing for imagination. Okay, sorry for the grimy ass screen. I'm not gonna, you know what? It is what it is. But this is part of the drawing exercises, 25 drawing exercises I'm doing. This is some homework that's going to be available for Drawing Club. So if you join Drawing Club, you can look at this now, but we're going to do homework, which is to visualize your scene. So you take a look at this scene, and then you imagine, what would box A look like? What would box B, what would camera A see looking at this scene? What would camera B see looking at this scene? So for example, you'd have this camera, and then you break down where the camera is, and then you draw the scene. So this is like the answer key to that. But I'm making a textbook that's based around the 25 drawing exercises, where you'll get some homework sheets. Now these homework sheets will be available with the Drawing Club members. So practicing form rotation, what that would look like. And it's just a way to organize, along with a bunch of extra stuff on, now the book's, thought it was going to be 30 pages. Now it's going to be like 80 pages. So it's taking me quite a long time, because I'm really making sure that I'm really trying to answer every question that I come across. So I'm trying to teach how I understand perspective. I'm trying to teach a lot of stuff. So it's taking me I've got a lot of pages at this point, but some of the basic exercises I've already done. The straights and curves, the Drawing Club is paid, and it's online in a live class. So you'll join every week, and we'll cover the fundamentals of drawing, of rotation, of form intersections, stuff like that. Yeah, this is not Drawing Club, but it's going to relate to this. This is my 25 drawing exercises textbook that I'm making. In time, I'm going to release it. My hope is to get it done by end of June and have it available for purchase. It's not going to be that expensive. And I really just want it to be something that you can buy with the 25 drawing exercises. And I think itself will be 1 year of art school that I wish, it'll be the cheapest 1 year of art learning you can get. And I'm going to give you structure for how to study it throughout the year, so that by the end of the year, you're nailed down on the fundamentals, and you're practiced in drawing from imagination, because it's a skill in itself. What I'm practicing when I'm drawing live with you guys is speaking while drawing, is the flow of drawing from imagination in a way that's interesting, because at the end of the day, it's a performance if you really want to do it as your thing. So yeah, let's try a drawing from imagination. We've been yapping, bro. We've been yapping. Athoro, what's up? Athoro's in the chat, guys. This is what I'm talking about. Go get taught by him, because he's goated. Oh my god, he's insane. Athoro, I don't know if you were here 5 minutes ago, but I was talking about you. I was showing the mentorship work I was doing. By the way, I got homework today for him, so yeah. All right, let's draw from imagination. What am I going to do? I'm going to start. I tend to draw students a lot, because I think I draw subject matter I'm familiar with, and I'm like, oh, I know students. So really, something I've always felt is like, man, I wish I see students that just have these styles that I'm so like, I wish I had a way. Like, I don't know how to draw eyes yet. I don't have a way of drawing things yet that really like makes me feel confident. Like if someone said draw an eye, I don't know how I'm going to draw that eye. I just start. But that's something I really want to have, is this comfort with a certain style. I think that will just come again. In time, all this stuff's going to get figured out, but it's so hard not to wish you were a little bit more ahead than you are. But the irony with that is that it's sort of like being happy. You can choose to be happy now, or you can choose to have things hinder your ability to be happy. It's like, I can choose to like my art now, because if I don't, I'm never going to like my art. Because once I get better, what do you think is going to happen? I'm going to say, man, if I was just a little bit better, if I was just a little bit better, if I was like, you just fall into this endless cycle of wishing you were a little bit better. And it's like, yeah, hello, that's just how it is. Every artist who's a professional wishes they were a little bit better. That's the game, you know? So at this stage, it's just knowing where I want to go, but also appreciating the fact that, you know, like, this is awesome. Like, this is probably as good as it's going to get, is being able to draw what I want and having the time to chase getting better. Like, I think, I don't know. You never want to get so caught up on improving that you forget that you're doing pretty good already, you know? And I think saying, oh, I'll feel that way when I get to X level of skill is a good way to never feel good enough. Because I know artists worse than me that are really happy, and I know artists better than me that really aren't. So it's like, it's a choice. It's a choice to like your art. Okay. So, gesture though. That being said, my drawings are so stiff and I wish I was better. Where can I join the drawing club when it releases? So it's a constantly open thing. So it's going to be going on for indefinitely. Every week, there's going to be, on Thursday nights every week, there's a 2-hour lecture where we either critique your work, we talk about a lecture topic, we show, like, art is such a vast topic that every week we get a teacher that talks about a drawing topic. So one week it might be as broad as understanding form intersections, volumes. Another week it might be drawing a car and looking at how to deconstruct the car. One week it might be learning how to draw from imagination. It is just a ongoing club that you sign up for at 3 months at a time, and you my brain just shut off. I got 4 hours of sleep, so my ability to talk and draw is weakened. But yeah, it's an ongoing thing. It starts in June, and if you're in the first cohort, you get a big discount for being in the first cohort. And from a purely, like, I've taken a few mentorships, I've taken classes, I went to art school. The price that you're getting, I think, just as a student, obviously I'm leading it, so I'm incentivized to say this, but as a student, I think is really worth it, because you're getting about 24 hours of live classes plus feedback isn't guaranteed, but there's a Discord group where if you share your work, I'll be active in it and definitely respond if I see it. Yeah, you're getting 24 hours for, I think, $300, and that's $300 for 3 months. So $100 a month, $25 a week for 2-hour live classes. That's a good price from any art school you're going to find. And it's because it's not art school, but it's covering the basics. It's covering the basics of drawing, and it's giving community, which is what I found to be really useful. But it's gonna be fun. Anyway, you have Discord. I'm starting a Discord. I've been working on it in the background here. Yeah, it's coming at some point. If you guys want a Discord, please let me know. I don't really know how to make one, but I'm in the midst of doing so. Yeah, it's a place. I think I'm going to do live streams on there more often. And yeah, I think got a lot. I'm pretty busy these days trying to figure out where to go. And I actually left school. So I left school in January because I was like, let's see how this YouTube thing goes. And at the time I had maybe like 5,000 subscribers, but I thought if it goes well, the return of YouTube will be much higher than the return of art school. So I decided to take a year off and see how it went. In the last few months, it's been pretty astounding how the reception's been, so I'm beyond grateful for that. But now I'm in a place where I'm busy and I'm trying to figure out all this. I really enjoy helping people, and that's why I started making these things, is because I think I just like teaching and like sharing and like communicating. But now that I'm out of school, my parents and I had a deal. It's like if I'm in school, they'll pay for school. Now that I'm out of school, I got to make my own money, right? And now that I'm doing this YouTube thing, I have to make money on YouTube. And that sometimes means taking sponsorships and having ads. And I want to be someone who, I do only take ads in products that I use. But I do always get the comment, and absolutely justified, is that like, yo, there's too many ads in this, or like, don't make an ad. And I want to be in a position where I don't have to take ads, but right now I have the pressure of making money with this. And the way I look at it is I could charge for the education, or you guys could press fast forward 12 times and get this stuff for free. So the way I see it is like, yeah, and no one wants ads, but ads pay for good material to be free. So I'm sort of accepting that as the necessary evil that it is. Not that it's evil, but, sponsors, please don't take that in the bad way. I need you. We need you. I'm trying to get we're using the Zebra Fude brush pen, best drawing pen. I don't use any other drawing pens. These are great. These drawing pens, only Zebra. Pentel. I don't want to burn the bridges with Pentel, but let me. I'm floundering out here. Let me look at the chat. All right, I've been talking for a little bit. Miss 20K. I miss 50K. You miss 50K. Just got here. What I miss? Haha. Oh, Athoro, I was just talking about you, man. I was talking about how good your mentorship's been, and if you got slots, that people should jump on the next opportunity. I just want to take a look at what's been going on in the chat, if I could, just for a moment. Viggy's been given some good information out here. 50K, now we gay is a crazy comment. His stylization is all based on the structure and personal choices and where to place lines. I don't know where this is, what this is talking about. I think I'm pretty far up already. Okay. Trust me, it's extremely difficult. Focus purely on the effort you're making to visualize and apply this. I'll probably make a video years from now showcasing how shit I was when I started. Yeah, I'm excited for that. Force me, open a spot, lol. I just got here what I'd missed. Hey, I feel so lost when I try to study art. I usually don't know where to begin. You begin wherever you're curious. What do you want to know more about? What do you like drawing? Just start there. It doesn't. All these roadmaps for the best way to improve art only matter if that's what you want, right? Like, when you're trying to learn something, it's a constant balance between what objectively is the best way to learn versus what do you have the tolerance to deal with. Because learning and discomfort are the same thing. You don't learn under conditions of comfort, because it's like the same thing as the gym. The brain is muscle. You might use your muscles, but unless you put them under strain, they don't realize that they have to expand, right? Your muscles won't grow if you brush your teeth every day, even though you're using the muscle on your arm. No, you need to put it under enough stress that it tells the body, we need more resources allocated to this spot, because the use it's being put towards is not currently adequate. The muscle we have is not currently adequate. So that's the same with the brain. You need to put it under conditions of stress in order to elicit growth. So that's why, like, me drawing like this is constantly putting it under you're under the conditions where you don't have enough information for it to feel easy, but you have enough information to move forward. The road ahead is never going to be crystal clear. It's going to be a fog that dissipates every 2 steps you take, some more will unravel in front of you. Is ArtWad really worth it? Is it worth it for me to spend $10 to $30 a month for it? I know you said you're shill, but I really need an honest confirmation. I'm in schoolism right now, and any drawing club is only as worth it as you're going to put the time in. The education, absolutely. I mean, I'm not going to speak on ArtWad, but from what I've seen from people who talk about ArtWad and the work I've seen from, there's Me and I Draws on YouTube. He is a big ArtWad advocate, and you can see his improvement. Viggy is a big ArtWad advocate, and you can see his improvement. But the thing that they both share is an immense dedication towards improving. Now, I would say that regardless of the educational content, if you give me a student that is set on improving and driven to dedicate themselves to the craft, you can put them in the worst art school and they'll still improve. Versus you can get the people who are immensely talented but don't really care about it, and they're not going to improve that much. I knew students at Sheridan who were really good but didn't really love animation. And it's like, I mean, it's the old saying, like, talent beats hard work when hard work beats talent when talent doesn't work hard, right? It doesn't matter where you start, it's about the trend. So Viggy is definitely going to say that ArtWad is worth it, but it's also because Viggy has been drawing for at least an hour every single day, and he's following the techniques and he's mastering the fundamentals. His discipline is like inspiring. So draw a smoking tiger. Okay, I'll Viggy a cigarette in the mouth. So let's add. So people seem to really, I'm teaching kids and then they really want capybaras. And then I drew a capybara the other day and then they went, "That's not a capybara." And I felt really bad because I didn't know how to draw a capybara and they called me out on it. So now I really got to practice my capybaras. And now this isn't looking like a capybara either. I don't know what a capybara looks like, bro. They're weird. They have these big noses, I think. This looks kind of like a beaver. I don't know. So now we're working on getting this form to read. It's tough, man. I don't know. As much as you practice, it's always hard. Drawing is just always hard. I don't know. Apparently not for some people, but I tell myself it's just like, yeah, more time. Spend more time. It'll get easier. And simplify. Like right now, I'm just going to try to think simply. First, I'm going to think in silhouette. Right? Then I'm going to think, so let's have the line here. Let's have some shape design here. Something like that. Okay. Now, they're looking at something, right? They're going to be looking at something. Are there still gatherings in the ROM for practice? No, unfortunately, I'm not in Toronto anymore. I moved out. Since I'm not in school anymore, I'm not going to live in the most expensive city in Canada, especially if I'm going to make it as an artist. that's not a good recipe for success. So I don't live in Canada. Well, I don't live in Canada right now, but I will be moving to Montreal at the end of this summer. So that's where I'll be based from now on, if all goes well. Let's see how. So this hand's going down in perspective, so we're getting that. So let's put this guy in some shorts. Have them leaning forward a little bit. Have their shirt tucked in. Look at that. They got this nonchalance to them. An admirable nonchalance. How I wish to be a capybara who just doesn't care. Maybe he's smoking too. We got a whole... These guys, stop smoking. Smoking kills. So they're watching... I think they're watching a fight happening. So how should they be fighting? So what I'm thinking about here, and maybe I'll do this to help spur along a good drawing. What I've identified here is the horizon line is just about here, right? We know this because this is the level at which objects are flat on with us. We don't see the top of the head, we don't see the bottom of the head. Therefore, the box of the head fits along this sort of perspective. It's going to be great that you will give us notes on our work and exercise and talk with us. Of course. So starting on Discord, you should monetize this stream by enabling super chats if you want. I don't know what that is, bro. Super chats. Super chats. What is super chats? Manage. Exit stream. Oh. The stream can be accessed from the manage. I don't know what this is. Oh, wait, I see it. Insert ad. Haha. Should I put an ad on you guys right now? No, I won't do it. You're so funny. Thank you. What is your drawing? I don't really know yet. Okay, I'll check out super chats or something. But we'll see. Whew, my posture's not good, guys. I feel like a gremlin. Okay. Oh, hello. Hope everyone having a good day. Amy, I think everyone's having a good day. Draw a smoking tigress. Ooh, a smoking tigress. Okay, well, this could be a tigress. Kentaro is my number one inspiration. He's a pigment violator. Key bonito. What is your drawing? I don't know. Have you considered Patreon or something like Patreon this week? You can have the free stuff on the premium content. Yeah, the Discord channel will eventually have some higher... I think Discord does that now. So there will be some higher echelons where I think I'll have a sort of review, a review tier, and then maybe a tier where you can get my drawing processes or like live drawing demos or whatever the normal way of doing it is. And then the regular Discord will be a place where I just do some live streams. I talk to you guys because, I mean, now that I'm out of school, an art community is going to be really important for motivation and sustained improvement. So I think I just need it for myself as an artist, but also a place where people, similar like-minded people who watch the channel can also make friends, right? So I think that'll be cool. But yeah, it'll also be something that'll help me post stuff that pays the bills, right? Professional streamer, apparently. Octopus versus giraffe fight. That's what I like to see. Okay, that's fun. Okay, so a giraffe fight. Let's say, so I'd say the octopus is going to be like, just trying to think in very simple forms. And let's say the octopus has... I drew a giraffe last time. Why do people always want giraffes? Giraffes are hard, man. Who knows what a giraffe's just a weird looking horse. It's a very weird looking horse. I have no idea what a giraffe looks like. I drew a giraffe a couple weeks ago. And it's a weird animal, man. It's a really weird animal. I think it has like, I don't know. I think I just drew a weird donkey. But, you know, we make do. We make do. Okay, so I'm going to have to figure out how these forms are working because otherwise we're not looking too hot. So let's get this octopus tentacle established. Let's get, so this is the giraffe neck, which we're going to wrap around like this. I think these little bulbs are dark. I remember drawing a giraffe at a zoo, but I don't really remember. I should have drawn a horse because a horse is a lot more familiar, but we will do this regardless. Let's try to wrap this tentacle around here, around the giraffe's neck. See if we can get that. Get this here. Get the eyes in. Let's give our octopus friend some flair. I mean, he's drippy, you know. You don't get a non-drippy octopus at school. So he's got a hat on. He's really angry. He's like, "Argh." Let's zoom in here. I think we can zoom in a little bit. But let's not lose sight of... Where are you? It's so bright. Yes, I have ascended. No, I'm in Macau, so it's morning here. Oh yeah, that's a nice stretch. Okay, yeah, it's morning here. Super Chat allows people to send a donation with their message. Shoot, that's nice. But part of me, I don't know. I don't know if I feel good about donations. I mean, it's awesome that you guys would. Oh, but I heard that YouTube takes like half of them too. So I don't. If you're gonna give me money, give me money, dude. Don't give half of it to YouTube. Hi, Slimy, no pal. I'm so glad that that video helped. So capybara is thick otters. Literally just, yeah, thick otters, I think. Chillbara. Fatima, when you strain your brain muscle, just like any other muscle, it'll start to wrinkle up in shape. That's why people say smooth brain as an insult. Amy, what is wrinkled brain? Oh my goodness. Looks like a capybara to me. Hey, I appreciate you because the kindergartners are much tougher crowds. That one is thick dad otter. Yeah, kind of. I think I got a thick dad otter. Dream or nightmare blunt rotation. This has got to be a dream blunt rotation. You don't know about super chats? No, I don't. I'm not a professional streamer. I'm a basic baby streamer. I caught your live. Hi, Alicia. Can you draw a gamer? Oh, a giraffe. Can you draw a giraffe? I can try. Weird looking horse. Yeah, literally. Try a quokka. No, guys, give me some basic animals. What is this? Gotta go sleep. Awesome stream. You're definitely gonna kill on YouTube. Thank you, Viggy. Heck yeah. Watch Viggy become great. Have a good night, Viggy. The poetic never stops crying face. Newly subscribed yesterday, bro. You helped me start dedicating to my drawing. Sky Valor. Love to hear that. Thank you. Let's keep drawing. So is this a baby giraffe? We don't know. Let's say the giraffe. Let's get some arms in here. I think the giraffe is going to be pulling some... This is tough. I got to figure out how this is going to look realistic. So the hand would be like, let's say the hand's here, like this. And let's say the neck would be around here. Why would I pick the two most proportionally confusing animals to draw? Here, let me do 8 legs and a super long neck. Like, yay. Okay. Yeah, this is definitely, I didn't go easy on myself. So let's see here. Okay, we're going to try to find our way out of this fog. And I think a few good lines will do it. So let's see. So here we're establishing the tentacle here. And the character's grabbing the tentacle here. Hopefully that's becoming... Draw a bicycle. Sausage dogs. Okay, sausage dogs I do like. So I think we can have this character kneeling on the ground based on this perspective. So let's have this tentacle come through. This character is going to be... The ground plane has now been met. Here we go. That's the ground plane that we're going to work with. And now everything else must therefore fit. So let's add the legs, something like this. Let's add the edge of our... Well, let's add our hands in here. Now, I will say, this is going to look pretty sloppy, guys. Pretty sloppy. But if we can make our way out of this pose in a somewhat legible way, I'm taking that as a major W. Major W's in the chat. Okay. So this is pretty tough to read, but let's see. Okay. Something I do is when I'm flustered by drawing, I sort of rush through it, but that's probably the worst thing you can do. Worst thing you can do is rush through it. The best thing you can do is think really about the forms that you're indicating. Try to imagine where things would be, how things would wrap. So let me see here. If this leg was coming through, it would be largely foreshortened. So sort of fumbling here. I cannot lie to you guys. So let's say this is... yeah, I kind of fumbled that. So let's say this is the scene happening. What does that mean? That means we've established the floor. So maybe we can start putting some things on the floor plane. Maybe we can show that they're playing outside a playground or something. If that is a playground, maybe... we can show this. That seems pretty small. Okay, I gotta figure out how to save this right here. So, let's add... Shoot. It looks like he's printing. Hydrate your throats, heck yeah. Okay, let's go. The sausage dog. I guess it's happening. Okay, sausage dog. What if we have the sausage dog intervene? So this is weirdly scaled. So I gotta find a way to fix that. Well, a giraffe's huge, so... And maybe it's a giant octopus, I don't know. Let's see here. Okay, sausage dog. So he's like, no, stop this. Stop this at once. I think he's gonna be the like principal of this place. And he's like, children, why do we argue? Let me zoom in more. Oh, in a second. Can't zoom in that much. There we go. So, again, just trying to think about the ground plane. He's a small dog, so he's going to be pretty... I haven't drawn from imagination in a few days, actually, so it's like it takes a little bit of falling into the mindset again, remembering how everything sort of comes into play. I'm feeling very stiff right now, which is a shame. I'm not too happy about this, guys. I cannot lie. I liked how this started, but we're going to try to work with it and see how we feel. And then, you know, just adapt. So let's say this is a playground that connects like this. There's usually bars up here. Why are they smoking on the playground, bro? This got to be illegal. So there's probably monkey bars. If there's monkey bars, you know who else is in the picture. I always do this with the perspective too. It's like, draw a goofy hog with a rifle. Goofy hog with a rifle. Wait, he could be stopping the fight. Oh, he is, my bad. He's like, what are y'all doing? Okay, you know what, guys? I'm sorry if y'all are invested in this drawing, but I'm not. So I'm going to draw another one because I don't love this. And I want to, like I said earlier in the chat, it's like, just draw. There's no commitment to the page. Unless, I mean, I could definitely try to finish, but I don't love it. So form, it seems to me like a quick simplified formula for drawing is form plus repetition plus memory equals drawing from imagination good level. Yes, exactly. Form plus repetition plus memory. You just draw it and you repeat it. So I'm going to draw a goofy hog with a rifle. I like that. I'm going to try to just draw that thing and then see if I can put it in the world. Okay. Goofy hog. I want to go for something, for not goofy, maybe military. Right, so maybe the hog. Maybe the hog's ex-Navy. I don't think Navy would necessarily be right, but let's see if I can get... Now, it's all about bold shape design, I think, at this stage. So let's see if I can get some... Let's see if I can be brave. I think I feel really stiff because I want to... Obviously, I want you guys to be like, whoa, good drawing, man. But, you know, that's going to happen or it's not. But I think it's... I mean, everyone wants to be like... I want to show my best. But the nature of drawing from imagination is like sometimes you show up and you just don't got it. So I got to stick with it. You know he's smoking though. Now it's really about finding the shape design that just feels appealing enough to keep going with, right? Right now I haven't found it. I'll just say that. But perhaps soon. I think it's because I'm not really drawing with enough form in mind. I think I really do gotta work out this form here. So let me see if I can really just nail down the form here. Okay, I'm gonna think about characters holding their gun. What's happening? Well, their chest is coming out like this for sure. Their chest is definitely coming out. And if this is a pig, it's gonna be a real chunky character. So maybe I emphasize the roundness of this character and the size of their... maybe I'll try something else. I'll try to be loose. I'll try to be bold and not afraid here. I'll try to be... thoughtful. So thoughtfully, I would say that the gun is going to be at this angle. And I should be doing a lot more research on what these look like. But at the same time, once I try, I'll know better what to research, right? So at the end of the day, there's no substitute for just doing what I'm doing now, just trying to draw the character in the world they're in and trying to make a drawing from imagination. Even if you do know all about the way forms look and stuff like that, it's not going to replace the process of doing it yourself, of drawing it without the reference. Draw another sausage dog, draw a live bicycle who is wearing glasses. Okay, we're really getting the alive bicycle, so I'll do it over here. A live bicycle wearing glasses. This is my... I guess he's got a literal handlebar mustache. Oh my god. No way. Holy crap. We stumbled into a pun, everybody. It found us. This is stupid. Handlebar mustache. He's got some nice glasses. Yeah. My bro is dripped out. All right. And he's, well, he is a bike, so he's got all sorts of bike-like features. Yeah, shape design, big thing to work on here. Also form confidence. Like I said, I'm feeling a little bit rutty. I feel like I'm in a rut these days. Don't know why. It'll pass. I'm sure I'm not the only one feeling that. But here we are. Yeah, I don't know. I just feel like every form I draw, I'm like confused. I'm like, what is going on? So I think I gotta go back to basics. Gotta listen to my own, practice what I preach, you know. So we got this bike here. Come back, got a handle here. Got this little V frame, Z frame, I guess. Not clear. Yeah, I don't know. What I'm drawing is just not clear. I've been drawing anything I love. Let me finish my coffee. I've been practicing your drawing videos. However, I feel a bit stuck right now. Should we focus on drawing one subject a lot and then refine those skills till we can draw that subject from imagination? I'm practicing drawing videos. However, I feel a bit stuck. Should we focus on drawing one subject a lot and then refining those skills so we can draw the subject? The thing is, it's not refining it until you can draw it from imagination. You can either draw it from imagination if you practice drawing from imagination, or you can't draw it from imagination. Practicing drawing from imagination is a skill in itself. So you need to do that before you feel ready to try it from imagination, because that's the, yeah, there's no substitute for that. I don't know what's going on with me. I really, I'm gonna try again. Sorry guys, you're seeing some, I don't want to say burnout, but I don't know. I'm having a hard time finding the right shapes that are making me want to keep drawing the drawing that I'm doing. And I wonder if I'm not being authentic to what I want to draw or something. I don't know. I'm trying to figure this out. So I apologize for continuously starting a new drawing. Wow. See ya, Hot Cocoa. Have a good night. How do you QC this stuff for imagination? Flying bunny. So I'm gonna try to just I don't know. I'm caught in a rut right now of something. I don't think I'm finding a shape that I like. I think it's partly because maybe I'm rushing, or I don't know. Are you rushing? Are you dragging? Or are you gonna be on? If you all know if you guys know what that is, someone tell me someone tell me you know what that is. I want to find a shape that I like. And in order to do that, I have to slow down, think a bit better, and create something that I feel I want to keep making. So we're going to see if that can be done right now. Whiplash, that's it. That's it. Do you want like draw what you want like tigers? Yeah. That's what I like to hear. Yeah, I think I'm just in my head. Yeah, I don't know. It's tough. Okay. Appreciate you guys. Oh, we got 84 people. I appreciate you guys watching. Yeah, it's fun talking and like doing this on stream too. It's just there's an added element of like pressure. Like, oh shit, I better make something good. When it's like you either do or you don't. So I think I'm gonna stop worrying and start making. I haven't done gesture drawing in a while, and I think if you want to draw from imagination and sort of have that intuitive mindset, gesture drawing can be helpful because you create a memory bank of poses that you already sort of know what it's supposed to look like. Let's say this character is playing video game. He's playing video game. Okay, let's. We're really trying not to fumble the ball here. So far, dropped it a couple times. Terrence Fletcher. Yeah, actually scared me, lol. Hello, all. I've been struggling so much right now with my drawing and painting. Shoot, welcome to the club. Yeah. Peter, how are you doing? Peter, how are you doing that? Okay, let's. I don't know what Peter's doing for the record. Let's see here. Let's put this character. Yeah, I think really thinking simple. I keep reminding myself of that and not following it. Simple shapes, bro. Simple forms. Think about the underlying structure. Work it through. Sometimes though, you aren't making the art you want to make, but we can try to remedy that. We can try to stay simple. Stay loose. Have fun, right? No pressure. This shows us you're learning, growing in real time. So what is perfect because that matters, not the expectations. Thank you. Yeah, I think everyone battles this, the expectations and the just trying to always show up with your best when it's definitionally not possible. Your best is a exception. That's why it's called exceptional. So other times it's about managing the results of that, right? I might not be drawing the best right now, but I can still be. If I was drawing like Kim Jong-il, hopefully one day. Okay, so let's draw that. been watching Bryce Collender a lot, and he's been making some mind-blowing art, and I'm like, damn, why not me? Why not me? Okay, so let's see if we can get. How am I going to recover this? Yeah, well, I'm going through a tough videos and old sketches. Thanks, Kim Chung-gi. Thanks. Not feeling like it right now, but yeah, I'm surprised. I'm really like, I don't often go through this, and I was feeling it last night of like sketches that just aren't going my way, and I don't know what it is. It's got to be some new pressure I feel or something. But I was like, I'll stream because I was thinking it was artificial. I'm like, it's fake. But I genuinely feel like I'm not trying my best right now too, partly because I guess if you feel that, you can't really, like, confidence is such a big part of this, and like, if I like my art, then it shows, but if I don't, it's pretty hard. So yeah, I don't know. I'm having a tough time right now, but I'm delivering this Ninja Turtle that was requested. I think what I might have to do is simplify what I'm working on. Just simplify. I think I'm biting off more than I can chew right now. Like, some days your capacity for drawing is less, and by continually trying to make these drawings from imagination, these big things, because that's what I'm trying to stream for. It's just like, I'm not in that mindset today. I don't have it. So maybe I simplify and study reference or something. Like, I could do that. I mean, I don't know. IDK. Maybe you guys want to see. Yeah, thanks, Fatima. Well, a couple. I don't know, man. I'm. Shoot, guys. I think I might have to do some reference drawing or something. I don't know. I'm not feeling eager about anything I'm making. I feel like I'm fumbling the bow here. Let's see here. I don't know. Oh, this is tough. Well, I guess sticking with it when you don't like it in itself is a skill, huh? Let's see if I can just denote form. At this point, it's just an exercise of putting down forms in perspectives that are correct. I'm not doing that either. Let's see. Doing a really good job. Oh, I've been avoiding my desk for days because take a rest. Does the character come fully down your head? No, the character doesn't exist in my head, really. The character comes from the first form you put down. By the way, yeah, if you guys do have questions, feel free to ask anything. If I can draw anything to help clarify, I would be happy to. Especially right now, my drawing from imagination is pretty shot. So anything you want me to draw to demonstrate, I'd be happy to. Why not just use reference? Yeah, I might transition to just drawing from reference just to practice, because I don't know. I think I have this artificial pressure on myself to draw from imagination because that's what people are watching for, which I don't think is true, especially given the fact that people are watching. If people watch drawing from imagination, it's because they want to watch good drawing from imagination, not this stuff. So I think I'm just going to do some gesture study. I'm not gesture study, but I'm going to do I mean, we have this tab open. Woo, 50K. Let's do some form breakdown, and I'll do some drawing animals, drawing studying, because right now my brain is empty of any novelty. Like it's empty of inspiration and stuff. So I'm gonna look into pigs. I think I wanted to do pigs. So let's do some breakdowns on pigs, look at what their shapes are, and figure out how to draw them. That's something I've been really wanting to work on. So Zeph draws, have you heard of Gene Bond? Yes, Gene Bond, the perspective master. Hey, Joseph. Yeah, I've been going through a rut, man. Have you heard of Gene Bond? Yes. Yeah, I watch his stuff. Man, riding a skeleton horse with a torch in his hand. Yeah, I don't think that's the day today. On another day I would have. But I'm just going to study some perspective, some drawing. I'm thinking of nailing down the fundamentals, really spending a year doing that. So I'm going to be taking up I think it's Authoro's 52-week challenge, where it's just like a bunch of hammering the fundamentals, because that's really what, when you look at an artist like Zeph draws, Arthuro, these guys have a really strong basis on which they're able to draw, which is why drawing from imagination comes easier. Like, don't forget, drawing from imagination is just drawing, but understood in a way where you no longer need reference while you're drawing it. It's understood intuitively. So these forms, and that's something I'm actually lacking, right? So I don't understand the cleanest way to indicate these forms. So if you're practicing right now, and I can say anything to how you would want to improve fast, it's you want to get the basic forms down pat, because that is going to be, any obstacle you come across will be because of that basic form. So the volume here. But yeah, part of me thinks it's like, I don't love to be struggling on camera, but it's also like, that's the reality. And I think this is a good testament for like, what is cross contour? So cross contour is, let's say I'm indicating a contour line is a line that goes across the volume of your subject. Look at that. A cross contour is a line that indicates another axis, which helps to indicate the volume. See how I've indicated the shapes a little bit better? Because you could have one volume, one shared space, but depending on the way you contour it, it makes a big difference. So if I contoured this one like this, it's very flat, right? This is super flat, right? Now this is the same silhouette, but if I contoured it like this, see how now the form is a lot more indicated, and maybe we can wrap this around so it flattens out. See how the same silhouette has a different, now this almost looks like there's a cut down the middle of it because of the contour variation. So now understanding your forms with contour is really valuable, because it means you can draw. So I could draw a pig-shaped silhouette, right? Right, pig silhouette. But depending on the contour, that's where the form will pop out. So let's add this cross contour. And now look at how the contour is going to be what gives it form. Wrap it like this too. Hey, Dad.
Are you still live streaming?
Yeah. This,
Watch my hockey game. I can't get to your dog.
why not?
Because it'll kill your feed.
No, just go on a different Wi-Fi. I'm on Wi-Fi Buddy 2.
It's still
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
So I'll just wait. You're good.
Ooh.
Don't say anything. I don't want people to put stuff in the chat saying what the score is.
my dad's watching hockey and doesn't want to mention it because he's worried you guys will ruin the score. No spoiling the score, guys. I don't think we have any hockey people here. I think it's really raw and relatable. Did he put? I think there's Bailey's in here. I think it's really raw and relatable for a lot of us watching. I think I just drooled on stream. What am I doing, bro? I'm lost today. I'm lost, guys. I can't. I gotta be real with you. I'm not on my A game. Shoot. Part of me, I had really poor sleep. I slept for 4 hours and I was like, you know what, we're fine. But it's just not going, it's not going right now. But I appreciate you saying that, Fatima. Yeah. Fatima, is this Jelly you? Is this Jelly you? This is my Fatima, right? I want to. What is the 52 challenge? Can you send a link? The 52 challenge is on Athoro's. Let me see. Let me see here. Instagram. It's on Athoro's Instagram. And it's really just like a bunch. He just drills the fundamentals. I gotta log into Instagram. That's crazy. Okay. I don't know. I'm having a real tough go at feeling like. What? Oh. This one?
Yep.
There you are. Welcome. Okay. All right. What to do, guys? What to do? What do you do? Can I get some suggestions on what you guys do when you're feeling stuck? When you're feeling... John Pork is calling. Yeah, reaches 50K and lost it. Literally, the second I hit 50K, I think all my artistic passion just fled. I don't know. I'm in a like grade A rut, guys. Don't know what I should practice. I'm gonna practice anatomy. Oof, I'm floundering. 4 hours of sleep is the study anatomy. That's it. I'm doing it. Boxes and perspective. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna just do some studies. I think part of me is going like, you gotta do something interesting for the people, but I don't know. So let's see here. So let me make this easier to see for you guys. Bam. So let's see how this is looking. Okay. We'll do some anatomy practice. So that's the head. Now they got a big bun, so let's include that. So I've gone into these ruts before, and part of it is realizing that you only get in these ruts when you realize that your drawings aren't as nice as you'd like them to be. Now, that should be taken as a good sign, because that means you've crossed the bridge of sort of cognitive ignorance, where now looking at my drawings, I know what's wrong with it, which is why I'm not into it. But just yesterday, the mistakes were still there. I just didn't know them. So in a way, you're just learning more. You're on the precipice of improvement because your awareness is now there. It's just that your skill level has not matched your awareness yet. So what I tend to do is just take a break, trust the process. You know, it's coming back. Go drill the fundamentals a little bit more, right? Because that's ultimately everything ties down to, well, have you drawn it 100 times? If not, then you shouldn't expect to be good with it, right? So everything goes down to that. And I know that I'm going to get out of this. It's just I feel a little bad. I know I shouldn't. I feel like I need to be more on it since people are watching, but it's not like if you all paid for this, that's why we're not taking donations. This doesn't deserve donations, doc. But yeah, I don't know. It's not Mikel Loricella, Mikel Loricella. We got Mikel Loricella right here. I should be studying it. I'm not going to do it on stream, but yeah, I don't know. A lot of stuff. That's part of, I think that's just the ever present struggle is like, oh, I could do all these things. I need to do all these things. And then everything feels like it needs addressing. So much work to be done. Just in a place where it feels harder than it necessarily should be right now, but enough negativity. Let's focus on the good. I mean, I don't think my drawing can get worse than this, so I think it's a ample reason to just try, be loose, try it. Don't worry. Yeah. I'm definitely getting good at yapping, that's for sure. If I've learned anything in the last 2 hours, I can talk. Proco collab when? Yeah. Who's Proco? Proco will get a collab with me when he proves himself. Sorry, if by any shot Proco's hearing this, I worship and adore you. So, that was sarcasm. Let's see here. Let's get the hand in. Yeah, at some point it's really just like, if you haven't done a lot of drawing in the recent times, you're gonna sort of erode your skill. And I haven't actually. I made a video a couple days ago, so in the last few days I've actually not been drawing that much, and I think it's showing. Because when obviously the more you draw, the more you have to work with, right? So. Let's try. I'm jumping around with stuff a lot, and I'm trying to find what I feel like working on, but also something. Love practicing. I'm sleeping with the stream on. The yapping is so good. No complaints here. Amazing. You're amazing. I love you. Your channel, guys. Fatima's my girlfriend. She's so sweet, and she's been talking this whole time. I love you too. Have a good night. Have a good sleep. Okay. Okay. I now that we're kind of shot, now that we fumbled it so bad, I feel like we can start to just loosen up, practice the fundamentals, drill it down a little bit. Let me know if the camera's doing some weird stuff here. I hope it's not. But so we can stay loose, look at the big picture, look at where stuff is. And, I don't know. This is just I'm so glad you guys are still watching and like sticking around because, yeah, it's kind of the artist's struggle no matter where you're at. I'm sure some people feel like, what? You're struggling right now? This is like, I wish I was drawing like this. And other people are like, yeah, I can tell you're struggling. But it's forever, no matter how good you get. It's a battle with yourself. So I'm in a battle with myself right now, and I appreciate you guys, your kind words, and your dead ass. Hey, art enjoyer. Yeah, she's my girlfriend. She's lovely, and she draws too, so it's a lot of fun that we get to do it together. Yeah, getting this gesture right is going to be huge. Getting this. Yeah, I got to practice my gestures for sure. Upward perspective here. Now, for reference, this is the perspective of the shot. Somewhat like that. It's probably going up a little bit more, actually. It's skewed up the horizon line a little bit. Good night, you guys in the chat are awesome. Do you have any art socials I want to visit? Oh, no, I'm seeing the chat. Why don't you answer long questions? Oh, so sorry. There's a lot of questions, and sorry, I've been a little in my head. Let me answer some questions. Omar, many artists say to draw organic forms, but do I need it to draw for imagination or for reference? Yeah, because you need organic forms, because how are you going to draw anything that, right? What form is this? It's not a real anything. It's a combination of forms, and that's what an organic form is. It's a sort of soft mesh with volume, but not necessarily anything. So how you would do this is I'd start with looking at this as an example. I would start looking at this, and then let's see ways we could practice this. So for organic form wise, let's draw a silhouette. So I'm looking purely at the silhouette here. Looking just at my silhouette. Sorry. Like this. Maybe not exact. But let's say, so we have this, right? Now, organic forms is being able to add volume to this. Now, this is also what we'd say is volume mapping, right? Cross contours, as we talked about. But adding some organic forms is giving this volume by contouring it. And now the reason it's organic is because it's not any hard edge. It's a combination of soft, interlocked forms. Some parts are hard. Maybe this kneecap is hard, but it's encapsulated with soft edges like that, right? So just wrapping these forms around. That's the value of contours. Is that they give, you see how here we have a form that wraps like this. Here we have a form that wraps like this. Right? The flatter the contour here, the more it shows that this is a flat contour, while this is a rounded form. Right? So this wraps around. Yeah, but that's the point of your organic forms. Many artists say to draw organic forms. Yep, okay, we answered that one. I'm stuck. It's either lack of sleep, hunger, drowsiness, or just irritation. Yeah, so currently I have hunger and lack of sleep because I haven't eaten anything and I've had 4 hours of sleep. And I'm a little irritated from not drawing well, but I think a 3rd cup of coffee will solve it. Yapping is good for that, so no complaints. Why don't you answer long questions? I did. Draw for you, not for us. Thanks, guys. I don't know if he sees them, Omar. Yeah. You can W Riz. Yes, we have W Riz. Art social. The pose on the guy is awesome. Yeah, it's pretty dope pose. I don't know how to mention you, but thank you, Michael. I don't know if the Challenge 52 is a real thing or if it's a Thoros thing. Let me see. I don't know. Let me see. I guess the Challenge 52. Oh, it is okay. It's a real thing. Oh no, it's Athoro's thing. Yeah, Athoro made it. But yeah, it's 52 weeks of. Week 1 is 500 boxes and 250 cylinders. Week 4 is 50 faces constructed. So it's like super legit. It's super legit. It's like just hard things. But Athoro did all this, and it's pretty crazy. So I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna start earlier than that. I'm probably gonna start in June or something. But for the time being, I'm gonna focus on this. Are you using copy paper? Yep, I'm using copy paper. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm really unable to think in simple forms right now, which I think just reminding myself by looking at reference might help with. Yeah. Thanks, man. Thanks. We got some hot buns, guys. Okay. Let's see here. There's a clear line here. Okay. Hey, Evan. Good to see you, man. Sorry to hear you had a long day. Hope you're having a good night. Thanks for stopping by. I'm having a little tough time here today, too, but glad we both made it. Yeah, I think I'm going to stream more for sure. And I think part of that's going to just get used to the growing pains, you know? Oh, no problem, Sky the Guy. Nice to see you here. Honestly, you didn't miss much in the early parts of the stream because I was, I don't know. I've been having a tough time today. So we're just drawing from reference right now, just trying to build up some comfort, looking at poses, been answering some questions. Having fun, but having a hard time for sure. Ooh, he's like, come here, mi amor. This is gonna be posted after the channel to watch. Yeah, they'll be available. I think I'll just keep live streams on just because I guess why not? But I think I gotta give myself another try at drawing from imagination. I low-key feel bad just jumping around stuff, but and I know it's like I gotta draw for me, and you guys. It's not like you guys are like, what the hell, you owe us a drawing from imagination. I just feel like I don't know. I want to put on a good show, you know. But that's also the nature of drawing with a pen, the nature of drawing directly. Well, you can't always promise that, you know. So I think the pressure is all artificial. It's on me. So I just got to get used to that. That's something I've been sort of dealing with a little bit as I do drawings, as I'm, you know, like I would say I'm an art education channel. And I think there's merit because I've drawn for a while and I'm certainly aware of some things that will help people, but at the same time, I'm a mediocre professional at best, and also dedicated to continuously improving. I'm a student. I think that's a value, but also a criticism. So some days I'm not on my form, and some days I'm, well, okay. Some days it's better, some days it's not. Congrats on 50K. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Let me see here. What's the plan? Anatomy is the hardest and most important in learning. Those artists draw another thing. The pig like you did, they don't care about anatomy. I just started drawing like 5 days ago. I've seen a couple so far. You're the first channel I've subbed to. It's very helpful. Thank you. If I could, I would give you this bun, Aaron, but I'm going to have it in your stead. That's hot. Okay. What do I want to draw? What do I want to draw? Hmm. 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 Sorry, I'm silent for a bit because I'm really trying to start something that I want to finish. To do that, I want to give it my all, my brain power. Because right now this channel is seeming more like bro cannot draw than bro can draw. That's the reason I love about your channel. It's not a master to student, but a student to student level. Thank you. Yeah, that's sort of what I think that's why that's what I tell myself. And I'm like, I don't think I'm coming off as like, I know best. It's like, I'm telling you what worked for me in the process of continuing to learn. And I mean, education is so plentiful online. It's not that people don't, it's like, if you need to find a place to learn the technicalities, bro, it's everywhere. I'm not the guy for that, but I can tell you what worked for me. And today I sent you a live sketch I made after seeing your latest video. I did see that. That was amazing. That's amazing. You guys send me the work that you make, and it's like awesome. So cool. And I'm so glad I can help you guys, man, honestly. Have a good night, art enjoyer. Yeah, it's late. What's with the dude below? I forget. Hey, how I study art just hit 200K. Yeah, this is not related. This is, oh, I forget that I just leave naked dudes on screen. Let's look at that instead. Art 52 challenge. What's the plan here? What's the plan here? I don't know. So, I've been watching a lot of Game of Thrones recently, so I've been wanting to incorporate knights in this sort of that sort of medieval characters and stylings into my drawings. Whether I can do that right now, that's a different question. But I really do want to incorporate that in the long run. And let's see if I can do that now. Let's add some shoulder plates. Smiley face shoulder plate, of course. So I suppose this person's given up a battle. I can tell this is going to be a masterpiece. Thank you. I'll try to bring it to fruition. Let's hope. So, some armor. Just trying to remember, what did I know about armor plates? Okay. Let's see here. I know that there's some sort of notches along the sides. Now this character doesn't seem to have armor on his arms. Even though it's called armor. I don't know what. He didn't care. So they have a belt in the middle to sort of latch on this stuff. So let's include that. Now they're being pushed forward. They probably don't have their swords on them. Channel's amazing and drawing for imagination template. Thank you. Thank you, Lucas. When drawing from imagination, are you just drawing as you go, or do you have an overall composition in mind? I don't have any composition in mind. I know where the perspective and horizon lines are now, so I'm able to orient accordingly. But no, I don't have anything in mind. And you generally, what's on a? I'm trying to think. You know what? I don't need to do all this without reference. Like if I'm not liking it, I'll just go search up reference and take a look and look at knights. Okay, what does a knight have? Let's see. Okay, they have a cloak. So yeah, let's add some side leg things. And this is sort of, I think I'm making it needlessly difficult on myself by going, oh, I can't use reference. Dude, when you're drawing from imagination, this is another way of scaffolding, is give yourself supplementary reference. I'm obviously not copying the reference. I'm just looking at it in terms of shape design and like subject matter knowledge. That's going to help me when defining my forms here. This is a knee plate. This is my he's gonna be the next Kim Jong-gi. Nah, I appreciate that a lot, but there's so many people who are absolutely correct. It's insane. You should draw another tiger, bicep curling guinea pigs and stuff. Hey, love the channel. Quick question: what do you do with all your sketches? I feel like all I do is sketch, but don't have any final works. I draw from imagination as my sort of magnum opus, as my declaration of where my skill is. So I have a bunch of sketches that sort of don't go anywhere, but I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. I think it depends on what you want to do. I want to draw from imagination really well, but I also, some point, I want to build a portfolio for a concept art job, but I'm in the stages of studying the basics right now and getting good at drawing as it is. So that's not my prerogative right now, but it will be in the future. Right now, all my sketches just lay dormant in sheets of paper, like a bunch of papers, or in my sketchbooks. I just try to fill up my sketchbooks. So guys, I do want to be honest, I really gotta pee. So I'm gonna be back, but I'll be back in 1 minute. Yeah, I gotta go pee. What can the man say? I gotta go pee. And I'll eat this one in the meantime. Bye. I'll be back in a minute. Please stay. Thank you. We are back. We are back. We have returned. I enjoy seeing the process behind the drawing so much. Thanks. What time is it out there for y'all right now? The time is 11:08 a.m. for me, so I've been streaming for about 3 hours. Cool. Still feeling good. I love that you guys are here. We got W's in the chat. Some W's in the chat. Wow, 1,700 people. That's great. The character looks so good. Thank you. He's like, ah, how dare you? Do you know who I am? I'm the king of landfall, and I will have your head for such treason. Oh no! Oh man, I fluffed it just now. Okay, let's figure out. So this might be the move: is to have some. Yeah, it's kind of cool to have you guys here and watch how to troubleshoot when you're just not feeling the drawing. So I forget that it's like I said, there's always value in watching someone else struggle. They don't need to give you the solution because like I might not be giving any solutions right now, but I'm showing you the problems that you might encounter, and in a way that's as valuable as the solutions themselves. So regardless, I just love that there's a community out here of people. Like I'm not the most collaborative, so I've always had a hard time finding community, but I really think it's really cool that you guys are watching, and I want to find more ways to tailor a community together. So like I said, the Discord's going to be one of them. That textbook's another way to provide that education for, because my logic is that if you're relatively a beginner, you don't need to pay like thousands of dollars for beginner classes. Bro is aura farming being left-handed. Yeah, a lot of people like, I didn't know being left-handed was such a such a thing. I don't know. I didn't. Apparently, everyone who's left-handed is good or something. I mean, I don't believe in it, but that's apparently what's being said to me. If you all have suggestions for videos or questions, feel free to leave them. The next videos are going to be some left-handed people are going to gifted usually. Interesting. Didn't know that. Would you ever do digital art? Yeah, I used to do a lot of digital art. I feel absolutely more comfortable sketching first. It's just that this is a way to practice. This is a way of practicing that that I like. See if we can get. This guy finally got him. He'd been waiting to arrest him for eons. Yeah, everything's a bit sloppy today. I think, yeah, it ebbs and flows weirdly, but what I would have drawn better, like there's a lot of things I think I would have, like my shapes are not really shaping, which it's what's happening right now is lack of reference for sure. Key video tips for observation drawings, cafes. Camera is incredible. Thank you. Are you interested in working in the industry? If so, how are you feeling about the animation industry at the moment? Yeah, I'm definitely interested in one day working in the industry. The industry right now is not in the best place from what I heard. My some classmates from the well, not classmates, but in the same program, and they graduated. So I left a year and a half in, and fourth year, as I heard, out of the 150 people, you could count on your hand the amount of people that got into work, at least full-time work at a studio. You could count that on your hand out of the 150 people. So the animation industry is not in a great place, and it's because, man, it's not because of AI yet. It's because of the equilibrium of the market after COVID. So during COVID, animation skyrocketed. So there was way more work than is natural. So COVID was an artificial boost to the animation industry, and it stopped once people started being able to go back to working on location, because animation is one of those few disciplines that you can do from home. So people started funding that way more in COVID. So what's happening is not that there's less animation jobs, it's that there's as many animation jobs as there were 6 years ago. And there were just much more animation jobs during COVID. So now we're returning to the pre-COVID baseline, which is less animation jobs. So what that means is that the standard for hiring is higher, because people that used to be able to get a job when there was a lot of opportunities are now unable to, and now only the cream of the crop sort of are getting there. So that's more important than ever. You need your fundamentals, and your ability to draw needs to be sound. And yeah, my hope in the long term is that I can find a job somewhere, and I'm giving myself I'm giving myself as much time as I need. I don't expect to get a job anywhere for the next 2 years, because that would be when I would officially be at the same time period of graduating, which I'm not going to graduate because I'm not in school, but that's when I would have graduated. So the aim is to be at a level of employability by that time. I got a pig here. So this is an angry tiger. I know not why. Sorry, I'm gonna check chat in a second. Just getting this. Maybe he's got armor too. And he's got a little armor plate. I actually do enjoy drawing armor. I think this guy dishonored his clan or something. You know how they are about honor. Should I draw a background or this like a little road in the forest? Sure. Oh, are they like highwaymen jacking this night? Maybe. Perhaps. Well, this is nice. I am loosening up a little bit. I think there was just a lot of like, pressure and lack of practice going into this that I felt a little bit like I'm starting to feel a little bit more comfortable drawing. Let's see if we can get. Let's see if we can't solve this a little bit better. I don't know the scenario here. Okay, I'm liking this. I'm feeling a little bit better. All the layouts were so big that all the experienced artists are getting any position that opens instead of less. Yeah, I mean, we reduced the playing pool. So now there's just way more competition, way less options. It's been bad for the individual artist because the industries don't care. The like producers are looking, they're just trying to meet budgets, right? Any advice for VizDev, or should I just go to animation school? Yeah, so VizDev lines depend. I know the school of, what was it? College of Art and Design, I think, in California, or wherever Peter Hahn taught, they have a track for entertainment design that's not animation. Animation is not necessarily the same as concept art. In fact, where I went, it was not the same as concept art, whereas other places I know did allow you to do a VizDev sort of track. But I'd recommend, if you want to get into concept art, to specifically study concept art, visual storytelling, ideation. Animation is not that. You're going to be spending a lot of time animating, which, unless you want to get into animation, that may or may not be the best use of your time. For me, that was one of those things where it's like, I figured once YouTube started being enough for me to sort of invest in as a future, I thought, even if I don't make money on YouTube, if I can continue to teach myself and make some sort of pocket change from YouTube, it makes more, it's out of camera. It makes a little bit more sense to teach myself and make a little money instead of get taught and lose a lot of money, especially considering education is the least valuable factor of art school. It's not about education because you get education everywhere. Proco's courses are arguably more educational than school because Proco has narrowed down everything you need to know into very succinct information, whereas in school, they have a quota. They have you need 56 hours per term. And oftentimes you're spending a lot of that time in class working on stuff, blah, blah, blah. What college is the most important factor of it is community. It's all about the community that you'd get. It's about the people that you meet. So that's where they're charging you an arm and a leg. They're charging you as an exclusive club, sort of, right? Because in a world where the world's saturated, how do you differentiate yourself? Because we all know that getting jobs is a matter of making connections. So what schools are doing is they're sort of being the gatekeepers of connection, right? They're charging individuals a really high rate to be hooked up with professionals and other students at their level, right? So that's what you're paying for. Now, the argument I'm making is, can you get that same community and education for less than 4 years of school? In some places, absolutely. Like CalArts, it's fantastic, but I'm pretty sure you can find fantastic for $250,000 elsewhere as well. For $250,000, it can't be anything but fantastic, because what the hell are you paying for? So it's sort of these, like, I just balanced the equation mathematically. It's going so where I was going to school, it cost $40,000 total Canadian. So let's say, well, let's call it 40,000 US, given tax and given housing costs, whatever. For $10,000 a year, could I find a similar alternative for less than 10,000? For sure. So, and that's after knowing the curriculum, being in school for a year and a half, and sort of understanding where things were going, and just doing a little trusting that, I mean, it takes a certain type of like temperament to want to do that. I'm not the most collaborative, and so I'm sort of, I think I'm not utilizing connections the most anyway. So, and I don't necessarily want a job as an animator. So those factors led into me choosing to sort of pursue art outside of school. Ironically, having spent 3 years to get into school, but looks dope, man. Gonna shower and come back and see how it turns out. Thanks, Trashy Trav. Chat, I hope the stream doesn't end before I come back. It won't. Tiger Kingdom versus Lion Kingdom. The Tiger King is angry for losing the war. Whoa, cool. I don't know why I wrote this law. I don't know. I'm just putting stuff. I'm starting to feel a little bit more like visually competent, let's call it. So I'm going to do another one after this. Right now I'm using this to sort of fill out the page and exercise my drawing ability. And then I'm going to start another one. I'm going to do, I want to have fun with the YouTube channel. So some videos I'm doing upcoming are drawing from imagination, pencil versus pen. And I'm going to show the difference because it makes a huge difference, actually. Do you guys want to see me draw with a pencil? Comment W in the chat if you want to see that, because today I might. Because it actually makes a pretty big difference. This one's really amazing. I think you should save it. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit more comfortable for sure. For sure. Let's add some tree people. Now, right now what I'm doing, and I think that's always the solution to good drawings, is you can't force a good drawing. You give your honest shot at thinking, and the drawing sort of is good if you think good, not because you wanted it to be good. So in this case, I stopped thinking about trying to make a good drawing. I stopped judging it every second it didn't look good. Started just drawing and just being like, well, I need to make a drawing. And as a result, I think I'm being sort of rewarded with a bit better. Okay, we want to see you draw with a pencil. Nah, pen for life. Pie is garbage, I hear you. But I'll try with a pencil. I have a mechanical pencil here, and I think given that I'm so sort of stagnant today, I'll try with a pencil. And this will give me an opportunity to shade. It'll give me an opportunity to try things out. Now, the caveat is I don't have an eraser. So let's see if I can find one. In this house, we don't have erasers. There's no mistakes. This is stupid. We have no erasers. Y'all want some ASMR? Whatever, sorry. I don't know why I said that. Okay. Eraser, man. Hey, Ekill, yes, we're still live. We're live. We're staying live till we get to 100,000. That's not true. Don't. I'm joking. Okay, whatever. We'll start with a pencil. So I'll leave this for anybody who wants to see it later, but we're done there. Drawing from imagination with a pencil. Now this is fun. I haven't done this in a long time, so maybe this is the what I had to do all along. So now that we're drawing with a pencil, I can actually do some stuff that's a lot more fun, a lot more complex because I can build out my forms with a lot more detail. So I'm not gonna lie to you guys. This may go wrong, but every time I draw with a pencil, it feels like that moment when, and this might be cringe, so I apologize. You know that moment when Bruce Lee's fighting Gara, Rock Lee's fighting Gara, and he takes off his weights, and then they're like, "What?" That's how I feel every time I draw with a pencil, because it's like you're sort of training on hard mode every time you draw with a pen. And the second you take off those proverbial weights, you have unlocked a new level because, yeah, it's training on hard mode the whole time. And now I have the room to alter my forms a little bit and play with things in a way that's more than just the first draft. So I'm thinking we're going to have a good time with this. I don't know, I tend to draw horses a lot. I like them, they're cool. Oh, this might be a little light, so I'm gonna zoom in a lot so you guys can see this a little bit better. Bruce Lee Lamau, going from Rock Lee to Bruce Lee, hell. I'm Asian, it's okay, I can make those mistakes. Your whole channel is ASMR, like that's why I enjoy your videos. Oh, okay, maybe I have a future in ASMR. We'll see. We'll see. Sorry, I've been following this channel, and I can officially say I know how to draw a box in perspective, and I'm on the mannequin phase and back to struggling, all with pen, of course. Pie's garbage. That's amazing. That's amazing. Draw a realistic drawing with smooth shading. Yeah, I'll try that. I'll try it. I can draw obviously much better with a pencil. You get more tries at it. So let's see what we can come up with. So we now have the chance to build out our forms in a way that's like, look, I can gesture the whole thing in my head before putting anything down, which is a huge luxury that you don't get with a pen. So let's see how this goes. I know, actually, I want to push my horse's chest. Horses have huge chests. So let's push that. Let's get this here. And I can be messy because, well, I don't know. I'm just going to be messy. I can always add, you can always carve out, and I'm going to shade this too. So doing that, it's like, your mistakes will be hidden. Now I'm trying to remember so I think this sort of plays out. And something I want to get is the fact that horses really have thin legs. They have really thin legs. It won't be that thin, but I want to make sure I get their thinness before I, like as a gestural thing, like this. Oh yeah, it goes like this. Like that. And you see, I get to be looser. I get to practice some of the sort of finer. This is more animation-y, where you're staying loose, carving out forms as you find them. Right? I'm letting my pencil fly around the page a little bit. And this is a sort of preview to the video I'm making on pencil versus pen, drawing from imagination. You'll get to see there's a real benefit to switching around. I made a video on drawing with a pen because most people draw with a pencil. So most people benefit from the pen. Now, if you only draw with a pen, which is rare, you would benefit from switching to the pencil once in a while. At least that's what I'm feeling right now. So satisfying to see you draw. Young artist, you really inspire me. I can't wait to one day get into Sheridan. Star, that's awesome. Yeah, I'm excited for you. It's a lot of fun. It's a lot of fun to be in a community with people that share the same passion for drawing. Okay, so let's establish some volume here. This huge mass. Let's get the hair of the horse in. Get this volume mapped out. Okay, now we've got the horse. Should I simplify their eyes a little bit? Or should I give it? Let's see. And now we want to establish the roundness of this. And the ear, I think the ear actually tilts forward like that. No, horse's ears tilted forward, I think, means that it's relaxed. Do we have any horse whisperers in the chat? Now let's try. I want to erase this by just rubbing it. Do you ever draw architecture? Message retracted. Ooh, we got 2 messages retracted. Bro, I want to see you make a mistake, then you erase it. Look, that's my erasing. That's what I'm going to do. Now, I don't know what I'm going for here, but I'm going to keep it. I want to stylize my drawings more, so I'm going to try to... This is where drawing with a pencil really gives you the opportunity to make iterations. Making some iterations here. Right? I'm choosing a more stylized shape language. And I'm going to get this, I'm going to choose to bring out this form, push away that form. And eventually I'll get to the hatching part, but let's get to this character sitting on our, sitting here. So we want to show this saddle. Right? We want to show the saddle. We want the foot to mount the saddle. And our character will be like that. So as we build out these forms, to really see how, I think part of the point is he's making with, is it allows you to make countless mistakes while finding the forms and build them up when you find them, so not erasing needed. Yeah, what part Asian are you? I'm Korean, half Korean. I've been following this awesome channel, I can officially say. Oh, nice. Pen to paper sounds ASMR. You can hear it all, hey? I didn't know that. So maybe we indicate the volume here by shading it so that it so I want maybe this character to be holding something. I don't know what I want them to be holding, but I want them to be holding something. And I low-key want them to be in a poncho. I don't know why, but it feels necessary. So this is where an eraser would be really nice. Oh, draw whatever what you're ever feeling your favorite songs give you, but your time limit is the length of each song. Wow, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. I don't see myself making good drawings in that time, but it's pretty dope. My favorite artist is John Bellion, baby. If we got John Bellioners in the chat, who's excited for that new album? Now let's draw. Do you like kimchi? I love kimchi. I like, has lost its eye. I like kimchi. Kimchi's pretty dope. He's got an eye. He'll get his eye back. Maybe he's looking at us. This guy's looking at us too. But he's a lot angrier. Let's see what we can do to... To push the forms here. Draw a lizard kid. Getting ridden by an emoji is crazy. Indeed. You know when you get ridden by an emoji. The thing I don't like about drawing with a pencil is that I fluffle around. Like, I spend so much time refining the form that I'm like, bro, I want to move on. I want to draw something else. So maybe I'll be quick here. And so I'll just, once you've laid down the foundation, though, you can really speed it up and just trust that. Now, it lets me draw, like I drew a much better horse than I would otherwise. So I know I can work this base here. And then, so I don't know what this dude is. Maybe we give him a hat. Hat like this. Indicate the forms. We make him, I don't know what this dude is. Walking emoji is pretty spot on. But let's say that he's the gourd keeper. He keeps the gourd nice and full. So, and I say he took off the cap, so the cap's uncapped, and he's holding it like this. So I think this is supposed to be threatening. He took off the cap of whatever he's pouring, and now maybe from the cap we have objects that have creeped up. This is the smoke. Oh, what's in the gourd? I don't know. I think it's some of the things we were talking about. So let's add some smoke around him. What is your favorite part in teaching kids? Give him a mole on his cheeks. Oh, yeah. Let's give him some moles. What's my favorite part about teaching kids? I like how kids say random stuff that you're supposed to like nod and be like, yeah, no, definitely. And they just tell you random stories about, I don't know, bro. They just be telling you stuff. They tell you too much, honestly. Like, dude, I'm pretty sure your parents didn't want you to say all that. But, you know, it's pretty dope. So what I do like about drawing from a pen is that you sort of have the opportunity to push and pull clarity where you need it. Whereas once you draw with a pen, bro, that's written in stone, right? There's no way out of it. So, and indicating volume is made easier. So, I mean, there's always a phase where I do tend to go between drawing with a pencil and drawing with a pen. But right now it seems that phase is drawing with a pen. So let's put the shade in. So I'm thinking, someone asked for, yeah, someone wants his horse to move, but it's just standing there not listening. So I always forget that a real horse with a saddle has like all of the things that make a horse like actually rideable, which is this whole saddle situation. Like you have to include the reins. So let's add the reins here. Draw that over. Put the reins here. Put the reins here. Let's get some shading in. So what I like about this is I think we're going to add some, let's say this in this gourd there's this, and I think we should have added some information on this gourd. So I'm going to try to add a pattern to this. The lead's running out. You want to be like Kim Jong-gi? I want to be like you. Aw, thank you. Shooby-doop. I want to be like you. I hope that doesn't get me copyrighted. That little. I want to talk like. That might. If I continue, I surely will. So let's add some. And these are not. Every time I draw, I'm like, holy crap, Kim Jong-gi really knew what he was doing, because every single, like, even, oh yeah, even adding one thing to this form is like, oh, thanks. My mom just came in and said, zoom out. Well, my parents are so funny. Y'all really want me to give cigarettes to things, huh? Wow, I keep breaking this lead. That's a hard-ass horse, bro. Your horse smokes? Yeah, he smokes. Yeah, my horse smokes. Your horse doesn't smoke? What a lame horse you got. Yeah, my horse smokes. Yours doesn't? Shit. Imagine talking to someone whose horse doesn't smoke. So lame. Wow, I'm breaking this lead real hard. I really have a hard grip right now. Here we go. Let's add some shading here. I don't know what we got with this character, but we're sort of seeing his form out here. Shooby-dooby-doo. I want to walk like... So I'm going to... Oh, this is like the most janky, kind of nasty erasing method. I'm sorry, guys. Kind of nasty. We're just going to pretend we didn't see that. So let's add the... So we could add local color, as in give everything a pass. Might not do that right now. Mean and chronic smoker. It looks like the guy wants his horse to move, but it's just standing there. Emoji guy opened the gourd that possessed this horse to be mean and a chronic smoker. No, I want the gourd to open to a lizard king. So I think this gourd brings out characters like, and these characters will be cool. So maybe I'll do a. I think I'm ripping the concept of Kung Fu Panda 4 though. Can't lie to you. So this is a hedgehog. And it's going to be like, and it's opening the gourd to a bunch of undead animals. You say it's true. I got shooby doop. I got, what's the movie? Jungle Book stuck in my head. So it brought an undead hedgehog to life. What else does it bring to life? Hey Dakota, yeah, the old drawing we didn't really finish. We just kept it as it was. Didn't finish that. Now we're drawing a whole new drawing. So this is what we got now. I'm gonna do a bunch of undead. Let's do more. Let's do a rat. A whole new world. Now I'm just, I think my quality of commentary is starting to degrade, guys. Starting to degrade. So this is a okay. We have some undead soldiers being summoned. It brings to life Kim Jong-gi himself from the dead. Low-key, I think if I draw that, that'll be disrespectful. I don't want to do all that. Especially because I'm going to butcher it, and it'll just look like some random Asian dude that probably not even going to look Asian, to be honest with you. I have a hard time drawing ethnicities, right? It's a touchy subject. You don't want to mess that up. So let's shade that. Let's do a chameleon. So drawing with a pencil really is a lot more forgiving here. So it's making it easier to draw these forms down. So chameleons only have, pretty sure it's three fingers. And they're humped in the middle, right? Bro's undead army of garden animals. So you left the pen and you're back to your pencil for the whole life. Yep. Do an undead toad with tobacco. What's with you guys? Okay, are they all smokers? Is that why they're all dead? We got a bunch of smokers, bro. This is actually problematic. The toad, too. You're going to get the toad in on this. He's pretty happy to be here. And actually, he's okay enjoying the cigarette. He's like, if I'm going to be here. Oh, he's just smoking a tobacco pipe, actually. I think he's got the right logic. It's like, if I'm going to come back from the dead, might as well abuse the things that'll kill me anyway. Can't die again. You know what? I guess if you're already dead, smoke all you want, man. What's it going to do? Don't smoke, otherwise you're turning into a zombie mouse. Yes, that's the moral of this story. Don't smoke unless you want to be a zombie mouse. This guy don't care. He's like, hell yeah. I'll be a zombie mouse. I do not care. This is ridiculous. He's like, yeah. Heck yeah. Like the emoji guy smoking. Wow. Everybody's out here just abusing the tobacco, huh? How dare you guys? Why don't you want healthy, nice little innocent animals? You want to get them all hooked. You want to get them all hooked. Let's color this. Okay, now we can add some local value. Let's say this. I want to give this character some... I like to imagine that these are chrome plated, so what if we gave it... Now, I don't know how I'm going to do this. I'm going to add some sort of shade here. Try to make it look shiny. I want to be shiny. So, am I testing Disney here by constantly singing their songs, or you think I'm good? That doesn't look shiny. The Toad is the swaggiest. Yeah, he's chilling, bro. He's like, bro, you gonna bring me back from the dead? Bring me back from the dead? I'm a smoke. So, let's add some volume here. Let's add some volume here. It's all about volumes, baby. It's all about the volumes. Here. All up in those volumes. There we go. I guess we'd add the local color of the horse now. It's just a brown tone. Shouldn't have colored the saddle. Did. I did that. You can try. Okay. Let's add the... Now the question is, should I add a background? Oh, this is really poorly done because now if I can maybe make these pants dark enough as a value that it reads outside the horse. So maybe if I darken it enough, maybe, I don't know, that didn't really work. But maybe if I make it clear that these are pants, not sure. So pencil has its own, I mean, value has always been a struggle of mine, as with many things, but we'll see how that feels. It's not terrible. It's not great. It's not terrible. I'll take the wins today. So this form really gets lost, but what can you do? We can give the floor some value, some shade. Draw one sleeping broken sing. Broken sing, yeah, that's the next channel we're making. Bro didn't even come from the gourd. Yeah, he came from off screen. He's actually not part of their squad. He's actually a sophisticated guy. He's got a little, well, sophisticated. He's got a tank top on. It's not that sophisticated. But, I mean, he's chilling. He's not here from the gourd. He's actually alive. He's chilling. He's just a dude. So the gourd. How do we show the gourd is... I mean, if we wanted to show the gourd being some special fog, we could maybe erase part of these guys and make them feel like they share. So this is kind of disgusting, maybe. I'm using my hand as an eraser and adding smoke. So sorry if this is not your thing. Here we go. Let's add some smoke. There we go. Now we can use that as a base to outline our forms a little bit better. So I want to see if I can get this effect of them sort of maybe being one with the smoke. I don't know if this will be possible, but, well, it's definitely possible. I don't know if I'm the guy to be able to do it. But let's see here. Not the finger smudge. Oh, reliable finger smudge. Yeah, I mean, when everything else fails, you have a finger smudge. When everything else fails, you know your fingers are still going to be there. They're going to smudge for you. So, ground plane maybe. Maybe a little bit of a ground plane established. Maybe some... Where are they? Maybe we're going to color this a little bit with, like, not physically color. We're going to give a little indication to where we're at by showing maybe the... let me see if I can get this on page a little bit. Sorry, bear with me here. These are the ruins of a once lively civilization, torn apart by the undead garden animals. Gods forbid. Such a heinous thing has never been fathomed. So we're gonna tile these a little bit, add some, maybe there's some grass. Maybe we're on a cobblestone road. A lot of maybes, guys, a lot of maybes out here. Yeah, my structure in these days is weak as hell. I can't lie to you guys. I'm not bringing my best. I'm trying to. Not happening. But in times like these, you just practice your fundamentals. Just keep doing it. Let's add some grass. Let's indicate our form a little bit. I could show more of the cracks here to suggest that it's a darker area, so maybe we're seeing more ambient occlusion. Right. Okay, so what I could do if I'm really careful is hatch sort of more diligently across to indicate the perspective a little bit better. Right? If I hatched along here, I could start to really give my floor plane some information. I mean, I could do that with the whole thing if I hatched this horse with a bit more care. I could push out my form. You see, we could bring out his form a little bit more. Bring out this form. So let's see here. Haven't known your name yet. You talking about me? The mouse is very Heinrich Klei-like. Oh, awesome. I love Heinrich Klei. Do you get your animal knowledge from Smokey Joe and the Boys? Is crazy. Setup for your down shot. It's Osmo Pocket Pro. I have a camera here. The setup, let's see if we can get this without ruining the camera. So, okay. Oh, here's the setup. We got the computer. We got an Osmo Pocket Pro recording. You don't need it. You can use your phone, but I got the camera for Oh, I just got it. So, and then the camera is plugged in here, except it's plugged into a dummy battery. So if I mess with it too much, I'll unplug it by accident. So let's see what else we got here. So yeah, we got bricks coming towards us. Let's get some grass coming out. Yeah, my animal knowledge, I spent a lot of time drawing at the museum, and it's not very good, but over time you sort of branch animals into certain... I'm gonna actually take a break to talk about animals because I would like to do that. So there's, I mean, oh, sorry. Regarding animal drawing knowledge, there's, I don't like that I say knowledge like Ty Lopez now. I said it so many times as a joke, knowledge, that now it's just ingrained in my speaking, knowledge. It's all about knowledge. Anyway, yeah, this is really bright, isn't it? I could lower the ISO here. Let me, oh yeah. Oh no. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Okay, I think that's a little bit less blown out. Okay. Your next video could be about shading 3D forms. Absolutely, I just don't think that I'm that good with it. So I don't like to make videos. Well, I can't really make a video on stuff that I'm unconfident on. Doesn't mean I'm good at it. So the mannequinization video, the concept's true, but my demonstration could be much better. So let me talk about animals for a sec so I could reinforce my own knowledge here. So we have predatory mammals, and prey mammals, right? Let's get this up in here. Sorry, the focus isn't on, is it? Here we go. Predatory mammals. Hey, my guy, focus up. Even my camera's tired. Hey, wake up. Okay, we have predatory mammals, and then we have prey mammals. Now, prey mammals have a distinct difference in that they have eyes that are not on the front of their head. So a predatory mammal, and humans are included in this, have eyes that are in the front of their head, meaning they can see, they can focus on a single object, and they have a narrow range of view, relatively narrow. So prey mammals can see, if this was their eyes, they can see at a range like that. Oh, I'm out of frame, aren't I? Oh, it's because I'm zoomed out. Sorry, give me 1 sec. Right. Prey mammals can't see very wide. Predatory mammals. Now, prey mammals can see at a range of view like this because their eyes are on the side of their head. So they can see pretty wide. So for a key example of a predatory mammal is any dog or cat or like a off-breed of that, which is a bear or mountain lion or big cat or wolf, right? They all share the same characteristic. Their eyes are along the front of their head and they have a muzzle, right? And they have this like wide jaw, thinner mouth. Now, depending on your variation of this, so the main characteristic is that front of the head is the eye, then there's a muzzle. So depending on the way, so if I chose to do a long muzzle like this, and then a long head but thin with some ears like this, what I have is the dog, right? So I have a dog here. Now different variations provide different breeds. You could go thinner muzzle, smaller head, bigger ears, and now you're getting towards what we think a wolf or a fox looks like, right? A wolf especially has this bigger face, a longer muzzle, bigger face. Now, if you go squarer head and shorter muzzle, tinier nose, you're getting towards a cat, right? So drawing animals is sort of remembering these patterns, than emphasizing them. Now you can have all sorts of different cats. You can have chubby cats with shorter muzzles and a simpler, like small ears, like this, or I mean, you can give them eyes. You could have scarier cats with sharper features, bigger eyes, and bigger ears. Point is, they share the similarities of cat-like features, which is head with eyes in the front of the skull and a small muzzle. Right? Every cat breed you go through, even a tiger, is a variation of that. Now, a tiger has a much boxier head and slanted forward eyes, although all cats have slanted forward eyes. And they have a wide, very wide muzzle. That's how you define a tiger, right? And then you define it by its patterns along the top and the sides. But this is how you would draw a tiger, is by understanding that relationship, right? So you can see here, and you can add the hairs, and there's the auxiliary details that make it a tiger. But essentially, you start from, and this would be what a house cat is more like this. You see how they share the characteristics, just different proportions. So how can the place of the eyes be important? Yeah, so here's predatory mammals, right? Now let's look at prey mammals. Now predatory mammals, we have bears, we have dogs, and off-breeds of dogs and off-breeds of cats. These are all predatory mammals, all share the same characteristics. You can change their shapes, but you have a bear is really long muzzle, but really round head and tiny ears. So a bear is sort of like a type of cat dog, and so is a fox. A fox is like a type of cat dog. And then we can have all these, right? Fox, bear, and we can even have rat, right? So rodents share the same traits, except they're super wide heads, super slender faces, because they can squeeze through tiny spots, right? But you see how these all sort of lie on a spectrum of the same shape design, just going around. And then now prey mammals. Prey mammals are characterized by heads that have eyes on the side of their heads, right? And so if we're looking at the skull structure, every prey mammal has a skull structure with eyeballs that have a ridge on the sides because their eyes slot in sideways, and their heads have this sort of, like this is where their teeth are. Their nose has a dent for the skull, and you've probably seen a cow skull before, and it looks like something like this, right? Something like that. Now there's a pentagonal shape that defines the head structure of any prey animal. Every skull can be narrowed down to something like that, but let's see how we can find a horse out of this. So a horse has a skull like this, goes back here. Now this area is where the neck connects, and now we can add on. I'll show you how this adds on. We have the huge neck. We have our ears, which connect right here, like this. We have our hair, and then the eyes, and then the nose here. You see how it goes down. So the nose goes like this. But you see how the eyes are essentially facing us. Horses don't have to turn their head to look at us. They just do by default because they can see that far. Now, they're animals that are, their main source of fighting is fleeing. So they've invested in the ability to see 180 degrees around them. Now, hunting animals have invested in the ability to target an animal far in the distance. So they've invested in forward sight rather than the lateral vision that that prey animals have. Now, see, this is a horse skull. It's not that different from a cow skull. All that's different from a cow is that a cow tends to be a lot wider of a mouth. So it's a wider mouth shape and generally smaller eyes and ears that flop downward instead of upward, and sometimes horns. So you see, if you wanted to draw a cow, you're drawing a very similar thing to a horse, just we have a wide face, you see? So it's a variation of a horse. So the width here gets tapered into very specific segments when drawing a horse. A horse, yeah, horse is something like this. You see the difference. A horse has a much more angular, triangular face, and a cow has a much more rectangular face. And then you can go along the spectrum. You get a goat. A goat has a triangular face as well, but it has a hump at the apex of its head, like this. And it has a very wiry neck, right? Now we can add stuff. Eventually we'll get to a giraffe, but then a pig too is very similar. It's just rounder. So a pig also has eyes on the side of its head. It's just a rounder version of all these animals. So that's the general pattern between, and that's the biggest pattern you have to get used to if you're trying to draw animals. And then over time you experiment with little variations and you experiment with what they actually look like. But this is how, when I'm trying to draw animals I don't know, I categorize them into bodies of animal groups, and then they're relatively similar. Have a good night. Have a good night, Amy. Bye, Amy. We have 50K, bro. You're better than Proco. No, well, Proco's amazing, but he practices something else. So, animal knowledge and life studies. Okay, well, yeah, I'm gonna keep drawing for a little bit, and then I'm probably gonna call it. But now that we've done, I'm really having a hard time. I'm gonna draw something realistic and try to orient some things in real structure. I think I'm having a hard time doing some, yeah, I'll do some structured stuff. Let's see here. Well, we liked that, but I'm going to move on. So I'm not that precious with my drawings. I like to just, like, I find that the good drawings are going to come when they come, and there's no real necessity at this stage for me to force a drawing to finish when I don't necessarily care to finish it. Let's see. Is the animal stuff from school or your own? The school does teach how to draw animals, but only for a few weeks out of the year. So I'd say we spent maybe 5 weeks total drawing animals. So largely, with anything with drawing, it's like you only learn what you want to learn. So I'd say it's my interest in it is what's made me learn it. So I'd probably say my own. I'm going to do a daily highlight now. So I'm going to draw us on the stream and see how that's going to go. So let's draw me drawing. So this is Inception-y, but I'm going to draw myself at a different angle, drawing with you guys on the chat. With the W's in the chat. Sorry, I saw that Drake meme and it lives rent free in my head. Although I was not really privy to the whole beef. I don't really follow any of them, but let's see. I was really floundering today, so I'm going to draw myself like struggling. Ooh, I'm already floundering. Okay, I sort of drew myself pretty weird. Man, I wish I could draw like Dong Ho Kim. Bro's cracked, man. Bro's cracked. Let's see here. So, I mean, drawing all day so far today, definitely feeling a bit more warmed up. Although warmed up after 4 hours of drawing is sort of a given. But I'm feeling a bit more comfortable. Still in sort of a rut, but sort of accepting it at this point. Seeing what we can do despite it. Now this is the daily highlight that it's exercise number 24 that I recommend doing. If you're ever in a rut with drawing, just draw you drawing and drawing you forever. Yeah. Just draw your day. Do you have any advice for background and settings? Yes, my advice would be go to BAM Animation to learn that, because your boy is bad at that. Really, really bad. So this is me. Then let's say there's a paper. I'm battling my art demons, so I'm going to have the demon standing here laughing at me. Like, hee hee hee. With his little trident. Let's see if this is... Yeah, I think simplifying is the move. Not worrying about how things are looking, just trying to focus on the forms. Thanks for the great content. Thank you for responding to DMs on Insta. Oh, no problem. Your advice helped a lot. Awesome. Hey, bro, I always ask myself when... thank you, Wiggle Chanel. So that means a lot. Thank you for asking, for messaging. Hey, bro, I always ask myself when making texture studies if I'm marking the texture the correct way. You know what I mean? It's always puzzling to indicate the texture in a simple and clear way. Yeah, absolutely. I know what you mean. Yeah, textures are really tough, especially if you want to do it simply. It can be really hard to get that right. Everything about drawing is really tough, man. There's no easy way out of here. If I've discovered anything today, it's that it doesn't end. It does not end. But the fact that you're watching this and still trying is the thing that'll make you improve, you know? So just keep going. We'll struggle together, but we'll get through it. And we'll have cool drawings by the end of it. That's what you can hope for, right? Like, this is ugly. Ugly, 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 but I'm not going to give up on this drawing. I'm going to finish it. So let's try to get it looking good. So we got the little devil here. Man. Little devil here. Let's do a bunch of monsters. I'll do a bunch of monsters sort of goading on my work. This one reminds me of the Wazowski girl, so I'm gonna I gotta work on some creature design, shape design stuff because I can't. My library for this stuff is weak. Let me play around with shapes. What shapes do I want to play around with? Yeah, this is a monster beside me. Grading my work, judging it. Oh boy, art block be real. Do you have any back advice? No. I love the expression of your mini you like, oh my god, why am I doing this to myself? Yeah, literally. And they're like, let's add the, like, oh. Gotta get a healthy dose of self-doubt, you know? Otherwise, how would you be a tortured artist? Oh god, what am I doing? What am I doing myself? It's very odd how your art skill can just fluctuate. Wow. I really feel like a week ago I was much more. Well, a week ago I was practicing drawing from imagination every day, and now I haven't for a while, and I think it's really showing. Really, sadly demotivating, which is a shame. Compositionally, not strong. Add some information in the foreground here. Let's call this a cupboard here. What else do we have? I'm just looking around my room, seeing what I can find. So the chair comes down here. I think I always get caught in the like composition, but it's like, dude, just add the forms into the scene. Whether or not it looks good, just add forms into the scene. You're practicing adding forms into the scene. So don't lose your mind over, oh, it's not looking like a good story. Just do what you're here to do. Practice form. At the end of the day, I'm practicing, not creating a like wonderful piece. Definitely not creating a wonderful piece. But I'll send you guys a photo when my I bet it's also because you're in stream in front of 85 people. Yeah, that definitely does something to you. For sure. I started drawing, say an Arabic word. I don't know what Arabic words. I mean, my girlfriend is Arabic, so I should know some Arabic words, but I've been meaning to learn. I know shoot, I don't know many. Okay, so yeah, I'm going to practice some appealing forms for people because I want to be able to draw these like characters more nicer. How do you guys practice it? Let me just play here. Let me see what comes of the play. I think that's a big thing is that I haven't really been playing, so. And apparently you learn best when you play, so. If anything, if nothing else, I did draw a lot today. What the heck? What am I drawing, bro? What are you? What on God's green earth is this? After this, I know my ass is going to be watching some Game of Thrones right now. No spoilers in the chat. I'm going to talk about Game of Thrones right now. I'm on season 2. It's pretty great. It's pretty great. Pretty cool. A lot makes me want to draw a lot because really cool concepts. Yeah, after this, I'm really excited to take drawing a bit more, like just a bit more seriously is not the right word. Like practice the fundamentals because if you can't draw from imagination, it's really just because you don't have the fundamentals nailed down. So I'm going to practice. So okay, you can see the forms coming out by Yo-O. The forms coming out. It's just I'm not too happy with the quality of my drawings today. But alas, you live and you learn. This pen is the Zebra Fude brush pen. I don't know what this is. I think I want to play around with these forms more because I think my character design is lacking and it's rooted from weak shape design skills. So if I practice shape design, I'm really tempted to get that ArtWAD course, truthfully. Because I want to level up my shape design. I also want to level up. I think every artist wants to level up everything. We could draw as the viewers in the background. Ooh, yeah, maybe I'll draw some viewers. I'll draw some viewers here. And you guys are the only ones happy with this. Like, yay. Aw. You're like, I like that one. That's pretty dope. Yeah, that's dope. He's like, whoa, that's cool. And someone else is watching from over here. I got homework to do today. I forgot about that. Forgot about that indeed. Giving a little thumbs up. Like, you got this. Don't worry, dog. Is this off screen? Ended up gaming instead. Draw me, but with the pro. Yes. Hey, Viggy. What were you playing? Don't worry, Viggy. I was. How do you feel about generalist artists? In theory, they should be better than everyone since they practice everything equally, like working on all your muscles. Practice doesn't feel so. I know that Antonio from Artwad says to practice as a generalist, but work as a specialist, and I think that's true because it's like in order to. I mean, there's a book called. I don't know. It's the subtitle is why generalists specialize in why generalists thrive in a specialized world, which in a field where being specialized is so sought after, in order to differentiate yourself from that specialty, you need to have a general knowledge so that you can apply your specialty in other fields. So the more diverse sets of domains that you understand, the more you can apply yourself in new fields. So you apply your specialty. Your general knowledge can be applied to specialties, whereas your specialty can't be applied to general knowledge, really. So I think there's a definite practicing like a generalist means practicing the foundations that can be put anywhere. Practicing as a specialist means I'm just going to practice painting only. Well, what's going to happen if the painting job needs some drawing involved or something, you know what I mean? So I got to draw Viggy. Helldivers 2, baby. Never heard of it. Let's draw Viggy. Emoji Viggy, just. And he's like, he's watching like, he's standing like all those nonchalant, it kind of looks like he's like posing. He's standing like all those nonchalant anime protagonists who are like, yeah, I'm not worried. And I don't know why they stand like this because this is not at all a comfortable pose to be in. So he's like, wow. It sort of looks like, I don't know. I'm not going to say what it looks like, but he's tall. He's tall right here. Boom. He's just standing there. Devil standing there. Viggy standing there. We got, whenever I don't know what else to fill the space with, I like drawing dogs. Because why not? This dog's sleeping. Maybe they're chilling in the air. Maybe this dog's dead. Sorry. Sorry, I just killed the dog. This is stupid. His dog's soul is leaving his body. That's tough. Yeah, shoot. I'm sort of getting to the end of this page. And although I could draw longer, I think I'm just trying to probably transition to doing homework at some point. So I got to do that homework. If you guys want to see the homework, some of you guys might have already seen it, but more W's in the chat. More W's in the chat if you want to see the homework. How long have you been drawing? I've been drawing for, okay, so the answer of like how long have I been drawing, I started drawing, the earliest I can remember is grade 2. So I was 6 or 7. And I remember really liking Naruto and drawing myself as ninjas. And let me see if I can actually find some artwork from that time. So that's gotta be not there. Let me see here. I don't want to show anything that's... No, I don't want to dox myself. I want to go. I'll see if I... But I apparently am not that structured. I had a bunch of art. See here. Videos. Shoot, I don't know. Can I apply this technique book then? Anime style? Yeah, anime is a style at the end of the day. You can apply solid drawing fundamentals to all of it. I feel like people who only practice on focus general do not have the spark that specialists have, but vice versa apply for artists who never practice outside their comfort zone. Of course, yeah, I agree. You have to, that's the tough thing with art, is it's always like, what should I practice? It's like, how about everything? What should I draw? How about everything that we can see ever? Because that's what ultimately you're going to have to do eventually. Draw everything. If you really want to be able to draw, drawing is literally just capturing what is there. And what is there is the observable universe. So it's one of the broadest topics we can tackle. So it can be hard to give advice of like, what should you do first? Or what should I do next? Bruh, I don't know. Take one step forward, you know? It's like, how do you eat a giraffe? You take a bite, right? How old are you, by the way? I'm 21, but I turned 22 in June, so a couple months. Let's see some old... I know I had some old artwork, but not anything that old here. Oh, I have some... Well, let's see some old... I think I'm probably done drawing right now. For at least, you know, we'll see. I'm going to take a break because... Shoot, we drew a lot. So let's see. We did draw a lot today, just not a lot of good stuff today. So apologies for that. Let's review. We did that. We did this, some anatomy, some more anatomy, some piggy. Bike with glasses and a handlebar mustache. Smoking tiger on playground. That's pretty much it. And then rotating buffalo man, right? That's pretty awesome. What homework do you have to do? Yeah, let me show you my homework. I have to do some paintings for the Osaro head and the some value studies. So I've been doing some value paint. Oh, I did. That's not good. I did some paint. I was trying to do some painting. I don't love the style, but I'm trying to merge together these artworks into a style. Didn't love it, but yeah. So for my painting, well, that's the old one. I've been doing these value studies going from, sorry, I'm gonna wipe my screen because that looks janky as hell. Forgive me. Is it glitching or just for me? I don't know. It was definitely glitching. Damn, that's me. I'm watching Naruto for the first time and it's so good. Naruto's amazing. Heck yeah. Love Naruto. Think Biggie smoking. Can I apply this technique? Yeah. Yo, June babies. I'm watching yeah, Naruto's amazing. Love it. You gotta watch it. So let's see here. So let me show you some of my. Okay. Oh, hello, friends. Hello. Okay. I'll turn out my brightness so that. Okay, so I'm doing. Oh, that's way too bright. I'm doing some value studies. So you take an image. That's way overblown. You take an image. You break it down into 2 values. Then you break it down into 3 values. Then you break it down into 4 values / give it some gradient. All right. So I have to do, for homework, I'm doing 20 of these. So I've done about, well, I'm doing 10 of each. So this is what I'm doing right now. Breaking it down from this to that, to this to that, this to a smooth thing. A couple other ones I did. This one. And did an octopus tentacle. And did some soft vase type stuff. So it's really just a matter of getting used to looking. So with the video I just made on how to draw what you see, this is largely similar to that, where you just squint your eyes, you try to see the shapes, and you try to capture the forms you're seeing. I'm enjoying this a lot. I might do more about this, some videos and stuff, but for the time being, just that. And then, oh yeah, and if people haven't seen, I'm making a, no, it's not for the 52-week challenge. If people haven't seen, I'm making a book. I'm working on the 25 drawing exercises textbook, where you'll get sort of in-depth breakdowns on quite a lot of stuff. So there's, every exercise will have a sort of tutorial and homework about it. So here's about axis rotation and perspective. Here's form intersections. Here's curves and wireframes. So understanding how to intersect forms. A common mistake is people do, oh, there's the crash. How did I make a stack? You just take a Procreate file, you put it on top of the other, boom, it's a stack. So yeah, so I'm excited to get this done. It's 30 something people have gotten it already, but that's because they were in the that's because they were on the sort of pre-order. And yeah, there's going to be homework. This is also part of Drawing Club, not the book, but this homework here is part of Drawing Club. So we'll cover form intersection, and then we'll look at some homework doing this, and then so here's a homework, and here's the answer key. So your homework would be to fill out this, and then do it like that, and then here's the answer key if you've done it right. Yeah, so I've been working on this book for a while. You've seen some of this stuff. This was the mannequin from last stream. But this book's been taking a long time because there's 25 exercises, and it turns out each page is like 4 or 5 pages on average. So it's going to be like an 80-page book. Maybe it's a lot of pages. So I'm not nearly done that yet, but hopefully trying to get that done soon. I wanted to do a, I'm just showing you guys my drawings. I wanted to do a mural for a bubble tea place. I never ended up doing it, but this was sort of the idea, was to show a dragon going around. Is my screen lagging? I think it's lagging a little bit. I wanted to do a sketch like this, and I kind of like how it's looking. Get that form going out. It's called Gotcha Tea. I didn't end up making it, but yeah, a couple, what else do I got? Not much here. Well, I guess cut a lot, but yeah. And then aside from that, we're just drawing a lot, trying to get the videos out, and yeah, I think I'm gonna call it today. If you got, I'll chill for a little bit, but I don't think I'll be drawing too much more right now. I'm chilling now, and if you guys got any questions, please let me know. Otherwise, it's been a wonderful stream, guys. I hope you guys had fun. I definitely had fun, although I had a really tough drawing session. I can't lie. I think I'm gonna go hit the books again. I'm gonna read up, and I'm gonna get myself learned. Hope you guys do as well. Check out Viggy, Zeph Draws, and Athoro if you haven't, because they're kind of goated. Other than that, thanks for staying. If any of you guys stayed throughout the whole thing, you goated. So I'm gonna say goodbye, guys. Thank you so much for joining the stream. Have a well, thank you so much for 50,000. You guys were here the whole time. You guys, I think in a few years, I will be, I don't know. I'm so grateful that you guys are the foundation of this. And I'll see you guys maybe in class. I'll see you guys in the next video. Thank you. Bye, everybody. I will